I call this meeting of the Northeast Independent School District to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. The board will now adjourn into executive session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, private consultation with board's attorney, 551.072, discussion, purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property, 551.074, to discuss personnel or to hear complaints against personnel, 551.076, discussion regarding security devices or security audits, and the time is 5:31. The board will now reconvene into open session, and the time is 6:32. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, I would like to welcome you to this evening's meeting of the Northeast Independent School District School Board. This is a business meeting of the board held in public. We appreciate your attendance and request your respectful attention. We welcome your comments during the matters from the floor section of the agenda. If you signed up to address a specific agenda item, you will be called at that time. We wish to emphasize that this is a business meeting of the board, and while those in attendance may disagree about issues, it is our expectation that everyone will conduct themselves in a respectful and professional manner. Disruptions to this meeting by anyone will not be tolerated. In the event any person or group disrupts the meeting, a warning will be given to stop any disruptive behavior. Anyone persisting in disruptive behavior will be removed from the meeting. The board may also call a recess in the event of persistent disruption so that individuals who engage in disruptions can be removed. It is our intent to conduct the meeting in an orderly fashion. Finally, I would like to remind you that it is a mission of Northeast to challenge and encourage each student to achieve and demonstrate academic excellence, technical skills, and responsible citizenship. Item number 5, Invocation and Pledge of Allegiance, Academy of Creative Education, Dr. Patrick Valdez.
Mr. President, board members, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests, thank you for inviting the Academy of Creative Education to lead the invocation and pledges at tonight's board meeting. Joining us today and representing ACE's student body are Tricia Michelle Ray and Nathaniel Casey Forbes. Nathaniel will be delivering the invocation and is accompanied this evening by his parents, Todd Forbes and Christine Abalera. Nathaniel graduated last week, was one of the co-hosts, and presented the incoming remarks. He recently finished the Military Entrance Processing Station process and is on his way to fulfilling his lifelong dream of an Army career. Tricia will be leading the pledges and is accompanied by her mother, Miss Evelyn Ray. Tricia graduated last week and delivered the ceremony's compelling closing remarks. Her future plans include attending one of the Alamo colleges and eventually becoming a Marine trainer.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Please stand and bow your head. One nation, under God, indivisible. Let us take those words to heart and learn to live by them. For they are more than just words. They are a belief that has shaped this course of our nation and the course of our lives. For we are one nation, united in our belief to improve the quality of life. Education makes it possible for the best of which we are capable. And we are under God, and know that we will continue to grow as a people with the common goal of becoming citizens that will nourish and support each other. We are indivisible, working together to become a force for peace and freedom. This evening, we ask God's blessing on the board meeting and everyone in attendance. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
If you'd like to come up, the two of you that spoke, we can have certificates for you. Thank you all for being here. It is summer, so if you want to go, you're free to leave. So, thank you all. We appreciate you being here. Item number 6, recognitions. A, President's remarks and acknowledgments of his special calendar events. There actually are none going on right now. However, I do want to say one of our colleagues, Ms. Terry Chidgey, is absent tonight because she is celebrating her 50th wedding anniversary with her family in Colorado. So thank you, Terry. Thank you. Yeah, big. I told her we would go to Colorado instead of her if she really wanted to, but that's fine. We'll do this. Item B, MacArthur Girls Tennis State Bronze Medalist, Mr. Jimenez.
President Byer, members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. I'd like Kelly Parker, executive director for athletics, to address this agenda item.
Good evening. Tonight I have the privilege to introduce some student athletes from Northeast who have had achievements at the highest level of the state competition. We will begin with Miss Ryan Sally. Miss Ryan Sally was a member of the girls doubles bronze medalist team from MacArthur High School. Her partner Riley Marafioto is unable to be here tonight. She is out of town. With Ryan is her coach, Coach Ashley Hildebrand, and the principal, Mr. Joaquin Hernandez, is in the audience.
Item C, Johnson Baseball State Finalist, Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, President Byer, and all. Kelly Parker will also address this agenda item.
This past weekend, we were at Dell Diamond in Round Rock, where the Johnson High School Jaguars were playing in the 6A state tournament and received a bronze medal there as well. I'll introduce them to you now. We have Mr. Diego Flores, Mr. Ethan Notgrass, Mr. Samuel Draper, who's not here, Mr. Tyler Walton, Mr. Tristan Reese, Chad Pantuso, Nicholas Ditmore, Daniel Nevelt, Elvis Estrada, Derek Maples, Josh Dubois, Brett Dubois, Peyton Mungia, Ryan Taylor, Aiden Carter, Sebastian Garcia, Cade Pantuso, Ryan Maples, JT Farmer, Crew Richter, Assistant Coach Joseph Collazo, Assistant Coach Grayson Howard, and Head Coach Gordon Gazelle. And in the audience, we have the Principal, Mr. Gary Comelander.
Congratulations, boys. Great job. All right, item number 7, matters from the floor. The trustees welcome comments from members of the public during this time of the meeting. Generally, board members do not respond to public comments during the meeting, although members may request further information or a future agenda item on a matter raised during public comment. As explained fully in the board's written procedures for this time, the matters from the floor portion is a limited public forum. Accordingly, speakers may present on a topic related to district business for up to 3 minutes, but are not permitted to, 1, make personal complaints about an individual staff or board member that should be raised during the district's grievance policies. 2, a personnel action. 3, a student disciplinary matter. 4, a complaint about a particular student, or 5, or pending litigation. Any person who persists in speaking on these topics after being directed not to do so will lose the remainder of their time to speak and may lose their privilege of addressing the board at a future meeting. If you signed up to speak on a specific agenda item, you will be called up when the board reaches that particular item. Please remember that this is a business meeting of the board. Any person or group engaging in outbursts of any kind causing disruption to the meeting will be warned, and if they persist will be removed from the meeting. This is to ensure that all speakers have an opportunity to make comments without interruption and that the board members are able to pay full attention to speakers without any distractions. We also welcome written comments at any time, either through email at board@neisd.net or by mail, care of the Superintendent's Office at 8961 Tesoro Drive, 6th floor, San Antonio, Texas, 78217. Ms. Thompson, do we have any folks?
Number 3.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. It is a pleasure to speak to you today about the incredible impact the Northeast School of the Arts has had on our arts program in the Northeast Independent School District.
Sorry to interrupt. Can you state your name, please?
I am so sorry. I was getting to that part.
Sorry,
Sorry.
you got it.
Under the current outstanding leadership. My name is Jules Aldaz-Guerra. As I enter my 7th year as a parent at NEISD, I bring with me the experience of a proud parent of a 2022 Summa Cum Laude graduate and a current senior in the class of 2025. I also serve as president of the NEISD Partners, our parent board, and have previously held positions as secretary, vice president, and president. My passion for NEISD is fueled by the incredible transformation I've witnessed in students. I've seen young people who once struggled to find their place blossom into confident, thriving artists with outstanding social skills. This transformation is a testament to the nurturing, inclusive environment that NEISD and the directors provide. When I speak to prospective parents, their concerns are not usually about NEISD. They ask about Lee High School, where NEISD is housed, expressing concerns about what they hear about the school. My response always highlights how my own children successfully made this transition from a small private school thanks to the unparalleled support and opportunities at NEISD. While I've had and currently have many concerns about Lee High School, I've never once worried about the quality or impact of NEISD. NEISD is not just a program, a school arts program. It is a beacon of creativity, talent, and dedication. It plays a crucial role in fostering artistic growth and excellence within our district. Under Ms. Evans' direction, NEISD has achieved remarkable accomplishments that underscore its importance. Firstly, the financial success of NEISD is undeniable. In the past 3 years, ticket revenues have exceeded $150,000. This remarkable figure highlights the community's support at the high quality of our performances, which draw audiences again and again. Scholarships are a testament to the talent and hard work of our students. We have a significant increase in the scholarship money earned by our students, paving the way for their future education and careers in the arts, many who have come back and served in NEISD. Our participation and success in the JOSSI Awards have soared, with more students not only participating, but also reaching the finals. This increase is a clear indication of a high level of training and preparation our students receive. We have also gone on with the JOSSI Awards to the Jimmy Awards in New York, making us known throughout the United States. And I can confidently say this as I have a daughter that attends college in New York, and often when I'm asked where she has graduated from, they know of NEISD. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what they said. What?
That's your time.
Okay, all right.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your input.
Number 6.
Good evening. My name is Deanna Fensel, and I have 2 children that attend Churchill High School.
I'd like to thank you for your time and attention towards the possibility of changing health ed from a mandatory requirement to optional. Giving families a choice is very important to me. During COVID, families were denied mask optional, and I believe that's what triggered the beginning of the massive withdrawals from the public schools. Experts are to be heard, however, the choices should always be left to each family. I'd like the board not to make the same mistake that was made during COVID. NEISD should be a school district no one should ever want to leave, and I believe parents getting choices such as these make a big difference and put our district on the right path to success. Important decisions like these are what can drive a family to stay or drive a family to leave a school. I really, I'm upset with the waivers, and I feel like we're jumping through hoops just to opt out of an elective, and I don't think any elective should be mandated to graduate from high school. So I'd really like to get the health elective made optional. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Number 8, oh, we didn't have any other general. Number 8, matters from executive session. A, personnel, including but not limited to administrative appointments pursuant to Government Code Section 551.074. 1, possible action regarding routine personnel, including but not limited to administrative appointments. Do I have a motion to approve as discussed in executive? A through C. Motion to approve items A through C as discussed in executive session.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 6-0. Item number 2, possible action regarding non-renewal of Chapter 21 term contract employee. Do I have a motion to approve as discussed in executive session?
So moved.
Thank you, Mrs. Villarreal. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Landry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 6-0. Item number 9, presentations. A, intruder detection audit. Dr. Micah.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we discussed in executive session, we had one remaining school that had to have an intruder detection audit. That was conducted before school was dismissed for the year, and it was a clean audit. All right, that is all. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Item B, School Health Advisory Council Annual Report. I believe that is Mr. Kamen. Or he's walking that way, so I assume that's Mr. Kamen.
Thank you, Mr. Byers. The Board of Trustees, welcome, especially the new members. Executive staff, thank you very much for having us here. My name is Tony Kamen. I am the chair of the SHAC committee. I apologize, I normally don't wear a hat, but I've got an issue with light sensitivity, so if you don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and keep my hat on. So it's not being rude. I just want to make that clear to the new trustees. All right. So within the SHAC, we have done quite a bit within this last 2023-2024 school year. As you can see here, we put together an annual report as required by the bylaws for the SHAC committee. Okay. As I mentioned, there is a requirement for a written annual report. Any SHAC recommendations not previously submitted to the board regarding health education curriculum and instruction or related recommendations. Also, any suggested changes to previous SHAC recommendations, any detailed explanation of SHAC activities since the last annual report, which we gave an update at the end of the year in December, and then any recommendations made by the Physical Activity and Fitness Planning Subcommittee. From a SHAC meeting standpoint for the 2023-2024 school year, we had 7 meetings. You can see here in your report, The additional one was added in June, for June 5th. This was added to try to cover some additional work that we were trying to get accomplished before the end of June 30th of this calendar school year. We also had 2 public meetings in January 23rd and the 24th. Those were requirements from the TEAC 28.004 that we have 2 public meetings on any HSAE curriculum materials before adopting those recommendations, and that was in reference to the elementary maturation curriculum. From an executive committee standpoint, of course, myself, Tony Kamen, was from SMD 5. I was elected on my second term as the SHAC chairperson. Ron Scheibe from the SMD 3 was elected as the vice chair of the SHAC, and then from that, each of the standing committees elected their own chair. Ben Elliott was representing SMD 7. He was for the Classroom Health and Sex Education Subcommittee. Lori Fitch, representing SMD 4, was the chair of the Fitness and Physical Activity Committee. Lauren Peterson, representing SMD 1, was the chair for the Nutrition Committee, and Dr. Brandon Broom, representing SMD 6, was the chair for the Safe and Healthy Schools. Jen Aguilar was our SHAC facilitator for the year. Once we actually had an executive committee, we did have 5 meetings, and those were simply to put together the agendas and review and consolidate the bylaws, which we'll talk about a little bit later. The SHAC standing committees, I'll go through this one by one. The Classroom Health and Sex Education, we had 43 meetings throughout the year. Those 43 meetings consisted, in order to look at the 6th grade HSAE and abuse prevention materials. We did some edits to the choosing the best curriculum that we had approved by the Board of Trustees. And within that committee, or within that curriculum, we had 5 meetings to review all of the chapters and come up with a recommendation. We then moved on after the 6th grade, and we did edits to the 7th grade HSAE and abuse prevention program or curriculum. In that one, we had 9 meetings to review and come up with a recommendation. At that time, that was towards the end of December, we had made a recommendation during our presentation to you as the trustees that we use the 7th grade HSAE program for both 7th grade and 8th grade, because we did not believe that we would be able to get the 8th grade curriculum approved in time for the school district to actually teach it in the spring of 2024. And so it was with that idea that those 7th graders for the 2023-2024 school year would get a curriculum. The 8th graders would also get a curriculum, but then those 7th graders that become 8th graders the following year would have an opportunity to see a different curriculum. All right, after that, we jumped straight into the 4th and 5th grade maturation review of their curriculum. We had 7 meetings, plus the 2 additional public hearings that were required, and we came up with a recommendation there. And then last but not least, we did get to the 7th grade HSAE curriculum. We had 19 meetings for that one particular curriculum and end up coming up with a recommendation there. So as you can see, we were pretty busy in that Chase committee. Not to just talk about Chase, we went on to the Physical Fitness and Activity Committee, or Standing Committee. This committee had 5 meetings throughout the year. They updated the recess policy for the for the Fitness and Physical Activity Standing Committee. All elementary schools will offer a minimum 30 minutes for outdoor, per the district guidelines, unstructured play, break, recess, each day split into 2 separate periods throughout the school year. They also looked at the schools would choose to have the school lunch recess and are encouraged to schedule the recess before lunch so that it could increase the nutrition or the nutrient intake and reduce food waste. The recess could not be used for behavioral punishment, study hall, or tutoring. And that was also presented earlier. In the Nutrition Standing Committee, they had 8 meetings throughout the year. They're continuing to research and develop the recommendations to address food insecurity. And last but not least, the Safe and Healthy Schools Standing Committee had 7 meetings throughout the year. They basically looked at instructional materials used for fentanyl prevention and drug poisoning awareness, handouts and resources for the fentanyl response communications. All of this information plus 3 additional images given during the protected class time, the Red Ribbon Week for middle school, and the added to guidance counselors teaching for high school to add fentanyl awareness to the current substance abuse teaching. They also looked at the adding fentanyl awareness to current substance abuse teaching and the Coaches versus Overdoses program, that they would utilize the PA announcements when you have large crowds for the football games. During the school year, we also added a health ad hoc committee. This was convened by the Board of Trustees on February 12th. This committee had 11 meetings throughout the year, actually throughout the spring semester. The committee membership, there were 7 members appointed by the Board of Trustees, 1 parent or community member also to represent the SMDs, and then the members appointed from currently serving 2023-2024 SHAC members. The goal was to make 1 recommendation on the NEISD local requirement for students to complete a semester or half credit of high school health for graduation. One option was to make high school health optional. The second option, keep high school health mandatory but offer a waiver process. And the third option was to keep high school health mandatory with no changes. They were going to provide a recommendation at the end of May, which you will get to see that presentation shortly as well. Additional recommendations. So there were 2 other additional recommendations that were made. One was a recommendation a recommendation by the full SHAC to submit to the Board of Trustees a suggested revised or revisions to the SHAC bylaws for their consideration. We addressed this from a full SHAC standpoint. We had meeting date of March 20th of 2024, and that approval was 28-2. I'll get to that a little bit later during that presentation as well with more details. The second one was the recommendation made by the full SHAC to use the previously approved 7th grade curriculum, Choosing the Best Life, for use in 8th grade. This is a recommendation that was made in the June 5th meeting with a vote of 14-10. And again, that could be discussed at a later date. With this as the conclusion, NEISD SHAC plays an important role in positively impacting the student health and learning, and appreciates the continued support of the Board of Trustees in their work to promote health and well-being of all students.
Mr. Kamen, before we take any questions or comments, my mistake, I missed, we actually had a speaker to sign up. Somebody signed up to speak on this topic, so we'll go ahead and hear that now.
Okay.
Number 8.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Diana Parker, and I served on the Classroom Health and Sex Ed, or CHASE Committee, for the past 2 years and as the Vice Chair this past year. I was an educator for 7 years in this district before staying home to raise my own children. I have valued the opportunity to reflect community values and represent parental input as a SHAC member. I'm glad to hear that the SHAC annual report this evening highlighted that the SHAC voted on Wednesday to recommend using the board-approved Choosing the Best 7th grade curriculum for the 8th grade curriculum. When the board tasked us with editing the Choosing the Best curriculum 2 years ago, the CHASE Committee agreed to use the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills, the TEKS, as a filter and to not go 1 inch past the TEKS. The CHASE Committee this year experienced a deviation from affecting community values and staying within the TEKS. A couple of examples. The 8th grade violence prevention lesson contains a video that introduces tequila shots in a college dorm room and a he said, she said scenario of date rape. I, along with a couple of other committee members, feel this subject matter reaches way beyond the TEKS and is not age appropriate for 8th graders. It is not even addressed in this manner in the high school curriculum. The written slides in this lesson cover the TEKS and stand alone without the use of this video. I asked to have the video posted to Skyward with a Google feedback form to gather parental feedback, which the law tasks us with for transparency purposes. I was told no. Committee members told me that they represent the community and that was why they were there. One committee member then called to have me removed as vice chair because I called for transparency. When I explained that I did not feel comfortable having our teachers show this video to children, a committee member flat out told me to stop calling them children. I can't do that, and I won't do that. These are children. Our job is to protect the children, and we agreed to do that by not going 1 inch past the TEKS. The TEKS in 7th and 8th grade are exactly the same. They're one column. We do not need to go beyond the TEKS just because the children are 1 year older. Repetition of concepts reinforces learning. If parents desire scaffolding of knowledge for their children, Health 1 is an option for 8th graders. Wednesday's SHAC meeting gave me hope because it allowed the parental voices to be heard. Again, the SHAC voted to recommend using the board-approved Choosing the Best 7th grade curriculum as the 8th grade curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions, comments from the board for Mr. Kamen related to the annual report?
Mr. Kamen.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Would you go back to, I think it was your second slide?
I'll try.
You don't have your clicker? Oh, no. This one right here.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't see anyone from District 2.
Okay.
As a chair
On the,
as a chair of a standing committee, as a chair of a standing committee, or I don't see anyone from District 2 on this slide. So I'm just curious.
okay, so each of the standing committees, they meet, and so you should have one representative of each SMD,
Right.
as well as 1 to 2 community members or and staff members.
Correct.
And so from the individual the individual standing committee, then they elect either they elect a chair and a vice chair and a note taker or secretary for each of the standing committees.
Okay. So
And-
what I hear you saying is there are 4 standing committees and no one from District 2 was elected to serve as the chairperson for any of the 4.
That's correct.
correct?
Yes, ma'am. Now, they may have been elected as a vice chair
Okay.
for those standing committees, but they were not elected as a chair.
Can you get me that information?
I
Of
certainly
where District
can.
2 sits and where the folks from District 2 were in terms of leadership and participation on the SHAC this year?
Sure.
Thank you.
I can do that.
Ms.
Hi.
Cox, she had her light
Are
on.
you still, sorry, yes, I just
Oh,
had a
sorry.
comment. Can you hear me? Okay. I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Kamen. I'm a former SHAC member, and I know the servitude and the commitment and the hard work that goes out to serving on SHAC. So I just wanted to say thank you very much for your service and for all the members on SHAC. So thank you.
Thank you.
It's my understanding that you guys approve the choosing the best path, not life. Is that correct?
If you go to one of those last slides, you can tell. Keep going. I saw it on here a second. Try one more. There you go.
Choosing the best life was used for 8th grade.
Isn't it supposed to be path instead of life? Is that just an error?
That might be. I'm trying to remember. Path was 7th grade.
But are we using the same curriculum for 7th over to 8th? So shouldn't it say path?
Yes, we can make that correction. So we did use the choosing the best path for both 7th grade and 8th grade in the 2023-2024 school year.
Gotcha, okay.
So, I will make that correction.
I appreciate it,
Yep.
thank you.
Additional questions, comments? Mr. Kamen, thank you so much for the year that you guys put together. There were a ton of meetings by a lot of people involved, and I think commend everybody for sticking in there, volunteering, and showing up to do work. And Ms. Shelton, I will address your specific question. I think there was sort of a failure on us on the board for helping get you where you needed to have representation, and failure might be a strong word, but I think we were not, I think there was some participation issues. We'll just say that out loud. But I think we weren't able to get to a point where we were able to get you in your single-member district representation. So I think there were a couple of people on there, and they showed up when they could, but
Yeah.
we'll do better this time.
Yeah, I can address the Chase standing committee, because I was a member of that standing committee, and unfortunately, I reached out multiple times to the member that was selected to represent SMD2 for the SHAC, and unfortunately, even though I made multiple emails and text, she never made it. So I do know that for a fact, but the other ones I don't, but I'll get it for you. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Kamen.
Thank you.
Item C, School Health Advisory Council recommendation for health course graduation requirement. And I don't think we had anybody signed up to speak on that particular item. So we'll go Mr. Kamen again.
All right. Sorry, you get me for another one. Yes. Okay. Well, again, per board policy, the EEAA legal, the duties of the SHAC included recommending, one, the number of hours of instructional to be provided in a health education in kindergarten through 8th grade, and B, if the district requires health education for high school graduation, health education, including physical health education and mental health education in grades 9 through 12. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to one of the co-chairs, Dr. Brandon Broom, to present what the ad hoc committee comes up and recommends.
All right, thank you guys. My name is Brandon Broom. Myself and Lori Fitch were co-chairs of the ad hoc committee. I know for the incumbents, you guys are very well familiar with this, and for the folks that are new to the board, I want to be very respectful of your time, and so I'm going to hit these slides very brief. Please stop me and ask questions because I'm assuming that you've seen the surveys and the data already. I'm making the assumptions because I'm also very well aware that you have a lot of material to go through in a very short period of time. Tony has mentioned already the task that was given to us by the board as the ad hoc committee. That is listed here. We had the three options to choose for high school health. Keep it optional or leave it mandatory and, I'm sorry, make it optional, make it mandatory but offer waivers, or leave it mandatory with no changes. A review of the TEKS if you guys want. This was mainly for the main SHAC to be well aware that there are TEKS assigned to those children or students who take the health class. It is an elective course, and so if you do not take the course, those TEKS do not apply to you. There are two TEKS that do apply to every student in the district. And those are the CPR and AED instruction and the fentanyl abuse prevention and drug poisoning awareness. Those are being instructed to all the students regardless. A survey was sent out by the district to the parents. We had a pretty high response rate, 2,647. Here's the layout of that by grade. The main question to highlight here that we discussed as a full SHAC was, would you support high school health being an optional elective? 78.9, say 80%, said yes, meaning that in one form or other, the majority of the parents would prefer to have this as some sort of option, be it waiver or optional. They were not given those options. Is that okay to breeze on? Any questions? But stop, please interrupt and stop me if you're not familiar with this already. So another question we highlighted was, will your student be able to take this in high school? Yes or no?
Hang on one second. So,
yes.
Ms. Thompson had a
The
question.
2,647 respondents, how many people was that pushed out to?
There were, and this was confirmed at our full meeting, there was 30,000 emails gone out that went out. Dr. Micah and others could attest to this much better than I can. In previous discussions with the board here, that's actually a fairly high response rate for our district in comparison to other surveys that have gone out. Just for FYI, and that's, you guys could speak to that much better than I can.
Would you say that's pretty conclusive that the parents want this to be optional?
From a statistical standpoint, yes. I mean, that's what I do as a physician, but that 80% to 20%, that's a pretty high number. That's pretty telling. And that was the meat of our discussions there. That's a number that's hard to get around. If it were 55-45, that's different, but 80-20 is different. And so that's a vast difference there. There were a lot of comments that were entered as well. People could free text comments in. We poured through those, did a lot of analysis on those as well. So, I mean, everything was taken into account there.
See, my concern about this is because I'm actually the one that requested the survey, and because I wanted to get the parents' voices. Frankly, we're all, worried because we're about to lose a massive amount of students. And one of the things that I hear from my parents is that they don't feel like they're heard. And that was one of the reasons why I requested this survey. So to me, and I appreciate the work that you guys did. And after reading everything over, I'm looking at this and I'm going, if we go with your recommendation, then to me, it's like a slap in the face to the parents who spent the time doing the survey and also telling us that this is what they want. And I did have a chance to review the SHAC videos, and it seemed so contentious. I was very concerned about that. But to me, it just, our community is saying overwhelmingly that they want this to be an optional. And so I'm anxious to see why we wouldn't want to listen to our parents, because at this point, this may be what tips somebody over the edge to say, you know what, I'm done. We sent the survey out and these people don't listen. They just kind of pat us on the head and they know better. So I'm just going to take my kids somewhere else. So I'm very concerned about this. I'm just going to say that up front. I feel like the parents know what they need and what they want. So I'm sorry. I'm anxious to hear your, opinion on why this happened and the recommendation was made the way it was.
I will cover that 100%. And
Dr. Broom, go ahead and continue. when
Okay,
you're ready.
so I'm going to breeze through this one. Basically, 60% said they can make this happen right now. The issue with that, and a big discussion point was, well, right now it's mandatory. They have to fit it in their schedule right now. Yes, ma'am.
And this may not be the appropriate time, so I'm happy to yield my time.
Yeah, so if you don't
wanna
mind,
wait?
from
Yeah,
here, let's go
absolutely.
ahead and finish the presentation and spend the time you need to on the slide, and then that way we can ask questions.
I'll get through. I'm going to breeze through this one.
Sorry, Ms. Shelton, if that's okay.
The board actually asked us to come up with questions for a staff survey as well, and to list those members that we'd like to have surveyed. So there's brief response rate of the staff survey. We had 46 responses. That's a low percentage, but surveys like this, you don't tend to get 60% turnout. You're lucky if you get 2, 3, 5%. And they didn't have a lot of time, and that's okay. The main, here's one of the questions: rank the options in order of preference. The lower number being the higher preference. So there was a trend here to leave the course as is. These are very low numbers, and it's very hard to draw definitive conclusions from this, and that was another big discussion point for us. So we took the data to heart. We discussed this along with many other points, but it's hard to draw definitive conclusions just from this survey alone. There's definitely helpful points from that. Our recommendation at the end of our discussion with the full SHAC was to keep the high school health class mandatory, but to implement a waiver process. A lot of discussion points were held as caveats to this, and there were a lot of, even within our committee, the survey results that show 80% of the community said, yes, they would like some sort of option here. That was the same in our ad hoc committee. That was the same in the full SHAC vote. The numbers panned out very consistently. And when we started having this discussion, that's something we kept going back to. Hey, we can't ignore that voice. The counter to that was, what about the folks that aren't aware of this, or that they're not even aware of the benefits that they would get from this class? No one wants to see the course taken away. No one wanted that. And we see the value in the course for the right people, but we also see the other point from the parents that may be having difficulty fitting in this in with their schedule, or maybe don't feel that it's necessary for their kids. A good compromise was to say, okay, let's leave it mandatory so that those that probably need this the most, or that it would best serve, would still be taking the course, but let's provide a waiver option for those who feel very strongly that they do not want their children taking this, or that it might be a hardship to fit this in their schedule, because that was the majority of the complaints that we heard. This was felt in our ad hoc committee to be a very healthy compromise, and we were all able to come to agreement on this. We had the same lengthy discussion at the SHAC meeting, and you guys can see that in the videos as well, and came to the same conclusion. Where we disagreed with a little bit was, how are we going to vote on this when we don't even know what would be in the waiver process? And we're not the experts, you guys are, and so how we make a waiver process is really beyond our scope, and that wasn't even part of our task to deal with. But some of these suggestions that we kept coming up with as an ad hoc committee are the 3 items that are listed here. Who would be involved with the meeting to obtain a waiver? We felt like it was important that students be made aware of what the class has to offer. Very similar if they go into Skyward right now and they're looking at sex ed before they can opt in or out of sex ed, they're at least told what the course is going to offer. And so that would be a very similar process here, but that it would also require the student and the parent or guardian and counselor to have a meeting to actually show a need for this, so that we don't have unnecessary waivers being issued to people that may need this. There was also a pretty heated discussion about requesting that the waivers potentially come back to SHAC for recommendations if that's something that the board felt appropriate. And then another discussion on how this process would be, how and when it would be implemented. And when we start discussing that as an ad hoc committee and as a full committee, there's a lot of moving parts there. And so a lot of that will depend on what the board and the district chooses to put into the waivers and how and when that can even be implemented. And so these were suggestions that went along with the overall recommendation of keep the course mandatory but implement a waiver process. Does that, and I hope that, Ms. Valerio, I hope that answered a little bit your comment. Even in our ad hoc committee, there was 7 of us, and there was 2 or 3 that felt very strongly to make it optional. There was 2 that felt very strongly to keep it mandatory, and a couple in the middle. And after discussing this back and forth, we all came to a really good agreement in the middle. When we had the full SHAC discussion, if you go back and look at that video, the comments, I took notes on this just to kind of see, the comment that was made the most at our full SHAC meeting is, why the heck are you even discussing any other thing other than make this optional? You've seen the survey results. How can you do anything other than that? On the surface, that's one argument to make, but we also felt that there is value in this course, and we do hear the other side, that, hey, there are people that really feel strongly that this should be taken by the majority of kids, and there are kids that really stand to benefit from this, that if it was just made optional, may opt out of it for wrong reasons. And so that, hence the compromise.
Were you able to obtain any data or metrics showing that this class is improving the health of the students?
Oh man, that was the first and foremost thing, not only that came up, the full SHAC, that was probably the top question that came up there. We had written question comments that came in. As our ad hoc committee, that was the first thing that unanimously we agreed on to ask. The short answer is no. There are no real metrics that the district has been keeping regarding this topic. So we can look at, they do diabetes screenings, acanthosis nigricans. The nurses do this every year for kids. We can look at the rates of that, but we don't really have data that shows, hey, through the years, our obesity rates or our diabetes rates or our nursing visit rates or our sick days have been this and they've trended down. We don't have that. We have Bexar County, the Metro Health data, and Metro Health data shows that Bexar County leads the state in just about every category you want to look at. Obesity, type 2 diabetes, things that are adult illnesses as well, we're up there. So there's definitely an issue in our community, and the hope would be that this could, a course like this could somehow address that.
I'm kind of confused here. It doesn't appear to be working because we've made this mandatory. We kept it mandatory even after the state said it could be optional. We continued with it, but yet we don't have any conclusive data to show that this has actually been something that, because we've been spending, all in all, I believe it's like $1.9 million every year for this with the teachers and everything else. And then we have, just a few $100,000. So I'm trying to figure out what is the benefit if we don't have any, do you guys have any?
Before I move, where's the 1.9 million?
It was something that I actually asked for some information on what we're spending. Is it okay for me to hand this to you?
Didn't come from me.
That's the actual, what is being spent. If you look at the second page, you'll see. And if you add it together, it comes out to, just about $1.9 million. And I'm looking at this and we have nothing to actually base anything on to say that this is actually something that's working. And we're in a budget crisis right now. And frankly, I'm going, okay, if we have nothing, we know that reading, writing, and math, we have metrics on that. We have, the STAR testing, we have all that. We know it has a benefit. But if we can't even conclusively say that this course, that is not even mandatory, we're not even required to have it, the parents have said they want it optional, and we're spending all this money on it in a budget deficit where we're facing a crisis, but yet we don't have anything to prove that it's actually working. I'm confused.
The point's well taken, and that's hard. And there were a lot of arguments out there. Okay, well, if it were so good, why are we the minority district that makes this mandatory? If it were so good, wouldn't everyone else catch on and want to do this? That's an argument, right? The argument to say, well, there's no metrics that show it's successful. That's really tough. And even in the public health literature, we did a lot of medical literature on this. There's been a lot of scientific research on this. Do these classes make a difference? All of the literature will say no. The one thing that made a big difference was a true healthy ethos, they would refer to it as, but a healthy environment where everywhere the kids look, they're active, there's healthy foods, there's posters on the wall, that kind of thing where everything was focused on a healthy, active lifestyle. That's what was the most effective. Now, step aside from that a little bit, though, and say, well, these are teaching kids to make good life decisions and health-related decisions. And there may not be data, but there's also not data that shows it's detrimental. And that's the other argument for this. A very good point that came up in our full SHAC meeting by one of the members was, as we were debating this topic of mandatory with waivers or just optional, was the waiver process gives the district, this has been mandatory for several years now, gives the district a way to start tracking those metrics. Offer waivers to begin with, and then let's track the data and see what happens. And I thought that was a really good point, and several people nodded their heads at the meeting in agreement with that, but see what happens. If the waiver requests go up, and we don't see a big trend of changes, that's one thing, but you may start to see that, hey, over a couple of years, hey, we want to switch back and make this mandatory because we're seeing, now that we're tracking it, we start to see these results. Maybe that the board looks at the data and after a few years says this waiver process is just cumbersome when everyone's waiving out, we just want to make it optional. That could also happen, but that was one of the points of discussion I thought was worth sharing because it was a very well-made point that one of the members had.
I have a question, and
Yes,
I just
ma'am.
want to make sure we correct the record. Of the $1.9 million that Dr. Micah shared with us that we spend against health, of that, $350,000 is an instructional materials allotment. That doesn't impact our budget, so there's no impact to our budget there. And of the $1.5 million on teachers, those teachers don't just teach health. So they teach incremental, they teach other courses, and health is not their primary course. Just one second. So there's not $1.9 million that we save by getting rid of health. I just want to make sure that for the record, for the people that sit in the audience and the people that are listening, that we're really clear that this is not a cost savings for us. So that we don't want to put things out there that are not true.
Well, it is a
not
cost
true.
savings.
It is not true that we would save $1.9 million.
How do you figure
if
we wouldn't
get-
save? How do you figure that we
because
wouldn't?
we don't get rid of the $1.5 million for the teachers. They're teaching other courses. Those don't go away. The instructional material allotment, that's not money that's in our budget. So let's not put something out there that's not true.
How about let's ask
right?
Dr. Micah.
So
Dr.
what-
Micah, is this
and I'm
information
speaking,
specific?
Ms. Villarreal,
I want to
speaking.
clarify.
I am
Hey,
speaking.
order, please, order. Okay.
So I'd like to finish.
Ms. Shelton, finish your comment. Wrap it up, please, and then we'll,
So that's my comment, and then I have a question.
okay.
Okay.
So is the question related to this?
It's not
1.9
related to the
million?
money.
Okay. Let us finish that topic real
Okay.
quick, and then we'll move on to your question. This $1.9 million, I do want to make sure it's clear because the information we did receive did say that the $350,000 for instructional material, that has not come out of our local budget. That is from another source. Then there was a $1.5 million that was equated to teachers, and is some clarification if that is all full-time teachers, or is that mixed with, is it truly a $1.5 million savings if we just cut all of health? And I think that's what, and I know it's probably not going to be that black and white of an answer for our
Right.
situation, but as best you can explain those figures would be helpful.
Yes, sir. So what we did is we actually looked at sections of health. So right now in high school or middle school, you have 8 possible sections. Teachers teach 7 out of 8. So what we did is we took how many sections of health that teachers had at least one section of health, and we gave everyone a full section, just so that way we can see how many FTEs that was. And I think it turned out to be, I don't have that paper in front of me, but 20-something?
21 and a half.
21 and a half. And so 21 and a half times approximately 70,000 for a teacher gave us 1 point some, I guess 6 million, about that. So that's assuming that every teacher had a full section of health, which is not true. We have probably 56 teachers that have health at least one section in their schedule. So going back to it, if we didn't have health, those kiddos would have to sit somewhere anyway because there's still an empty section. So we would need something to replace for, I would say, probably 2/3 of those kids. We could maybe fit some kids into other sections, other electives to fill up those electives, but we would still need teacher sections to be able to have the kids sit somewhere else if they weren't sitting in health.
See, my concern is this. We have a community that has spoken out strongly. 80%, and this seems to be, pretty standard on, from other voices and all the rest of it. 80% are saying, let's make this optional. So I'm trying to figure out why this is even really all that big of a deal. If you have 80% of your community, we're not trying to take it away completely, but what I would like to see is out of that 80%, how many of those people actually have their children in that class? Because it's maybe something that we're just, we've made this mandatory for so many years, it's just become part of the landscape, and we just can't let it go. But we need to, even if it's half this amount, to your point, because I was very specific when I asked for these numbers on what I wanted.
Right.
Okay, so this was I needed the actual numbers. So if I misspoke, I apologize. It was not intentional. However, it bears the question, why are we even considering ignoring what our parents want?
But can I?
Hang on one second, Michelle. There's 3 of us on this board that we charged the ad hoc committee with coming up with a recommendation. This is what Dr. Broom and Ms. Fitch and their committee have come up with. And so this is why we're having this discussion now. It's not, we sent the ad hoc out to do it and you didn't come back with the answer I don't like. This is the recommendation from the group of 7 individuals that we appointed to this committee. And now we are to discuss this. And I will also say that I believe we have new board members that are a little bit of a disadvantage because it's come to my attention they do not have all the survey data. So that is why, and I will be full transparency, that's why this is a discussion item today, not for action, because we still have a lot of work to do. This is a very, very big topic. These individuals spent 11 meetings in a very, very short amount of time, going off of data from a survey that I personally, I voted against it, but I think there were some faults in the survey. I think it gave some conflicting answers in some areas. That's my own opinion, and from a couple of people I've talked to. However, we've asked them to come with a recommendation. They did. It's in front of us. We'll discuss this, and then once everybody's comfortable with the answers, questions, whatever it is, we will come back at another time to actually take action on this. But now's our chance to ask Dr. Broom what the reasoning was, not throw accusations of why they didn't come back with this, that, or the other thing. They did what we asked them to do. And whether that's right, wrong, or indifferent, they came back with a recommendation. So, Ms.
Dr.
Shelton,
Broom, I'm not trying to be, controversial with you. I'm just concerned about our community and how this appears to our community, that sounds to me like they're going to perceive this, that we didn't listen and we didn't care.
Don't forget the balanced district scorecard, because we have 4 different things we have to look at as good governance. And so we have to make sure that we are balancing these things. So Ms. Shelton, you had a question.
Right, so I just want to restate and make sure that we're all in agreement that it's not saving us $1.9 million. That's important because we're getting ready to talk about our budget in a minute. So we don't want to put anything out there that is not true. This does not save us money. Whether we take it or not, we just want to make sure that we're clear about the facts. My question for you, though, Dr. Broom, is if you could go back to your first page of the survey results where you show the question.
This one here.
Yes, sir. Can I ask you, who created the survey?
The survey was created by the Board of Trustees. So we didn't.
We created it?
Yes, ma'am.
Is anyone on the Board of Trustees a survey researcher?
I'm a landscape architect.
Is anyone, yes or no? And the reason I ask that, not to be funny, but if you gave me this as a mom, would you support the high school class the high school health class to be an optional elective, I'd say, sure, if that's what you guys, yeah, sure. That does not mean
There was
that
a-
I want it to be
Yeah,
optional. So
this-
I think the fact that it's not created by someone who does surveys, I'm sure we are all quite capable in the things that we are specialists in. It seems, and again, I haven't seen it all, so I apologize, but it seems flawed in the way we approached
Well,
the data.
Well, and let's, yes, I mean, we can discuss it. We need to get that information to you all because that is I'm at fault for that, not realizing that you all did not have that information coming into this until it was a little bit too late.
This is a screenshot of the PDF with the results also. The actual question was much longer and had in parentheses and a more detailed explanation to make it make more sense. This was a comment in the SHAC that they felt like some people didn't understand the questions.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at that, you could see how people might misunderstand it. Just from a statistical standpoint, if the question is not worded right, the results don't tend to be skewed 80-20.
Right.
They tend to be more right down the middle.
Right.
If you read the comments are pretty telling. On one hand, you read the comments and you could break it down by people who said yes and people that said no. A lot of the people that said yes would say, yes, I think it should be optional, but then they would make a comment about the value of the class. And you think, and you see, if you just look at a couple, you go, oh, they didn't understand what they were answering clearly. If you read all of them, and we spent a long time discussing this point, the take home was that what it appeared is that a lot of people are saying, I see the value in this class, but I think it shouldn't be mandatory. I think it should not be mandatory. If that makes sense, and that was at least a couple hours of discussing that one point, and we could be wrong in our interpretation of that, obviously, but the typed in responses to this take a long time to go over, and we went through them all. And
Right. The other questions I had was, how was it distributed? To whom was it distributed? When was it distributed? How long do people have to answer?
this, Mr. Jimenez, you could quote me if I'm wrong. I think you may remember this more than I did. I believe they had a full week, the email blast went out twice, and it was basically sixth grade up. And so it did not include the elementary. And I'm speaking from footage from the board meeting, so the trustees could speak better to this than me. But they felt like let's don't query everybody, because a lot of the elementary school crowd is not familiar with this at all yet. Many may not be aware that it's even going to affect them down the road. So let's question the ones that this is going to have a direct impact on.
Okay.
Mrs. Cox?
Yes, I have a question and a comment. My comment first. I was, as a former SHAC member, I was able to look over some of the instructional material. And I just wanted to be part of the record that there's a lot of stuff in that health class. It's not just about physical activity.
Mm-hmm.
They talk about sexting. I learned all about sexting. They talk about cyberbullying. They talk about distracted driving. They didn't have that in that book 10 years ago, 15 years ago. So I think that's just an important thing to have on the record and make a comment about, that there's lots of other areas of instruction that are very important. It's not just about physical activity and health. My question is about the waiver. The waiver kind of concerns me a little bit, and I guess that's part of this process, so we don't really know what that looks like. My first reaction is that's more work for the counselors, and I know those counselors are already overworked. We can't do a credit by exam. My concern with the waiver is workload to the counselors, and that it might have something to do with the ranking system, which may or may not. But I just wonder if maybe there was a discussion about having that be, if they wanted a waiver or didn't want, or wanted to opt out, that was done through a credit by exam.
The credit by exam
is then exposed to that information, right? But then they don't have to sit through that class.
And it was discussed, and that's a very good point, because the credit by exam is actually an option now. Less than 1% take that option right now. The one of the issues with that we got feedback from the district employees was, if students opt to do credit by exam, the grade that they get on that test is their grade in that class. So if they haven't taken it and they think, oh, I'm just going to take this exam real quick, a lot of them choose not to do that because they're they're anxious. What if I make a bad grade on it? Now I'm stuck with that. And so that's a minority of them there. It is optional, and a lot of people aren't aware of that. And so that is maybe one thing that could be improved upon. And this was maybe the district could make more people aware that there is a credit by exam. Certainly one thing that came up a lot is a lot of people get all the way to 9th and 10th grade and don't realize they could have taken this in 8th grade and it might have been a little bit easier on their schedule. The weighted comment, you hit on that briefly, and I wanted, it segues into me bringing that up if you don't mind, because one of the topics of discussion on this was how are we going to implement if it gets thrown out next year? You got a senior in high school that dropped everything they could to take this class because it was mandatory. Now you got a junior, or maybe you have someone else in that senior's class, his or her class, that just all of a sudden was able to get a waiver, and now they take a weighted course. There's not a 1 semester weighted course. And when we started querying the employees about this, most of the kids who have a competitive GPA, I mean, those who are shooting for valedictorian, top 5%, going for scholarships, most of them are maxing out on the amount of AP courses that they can get already. And so it was an interesting discussion for us because we actually thought this was going to be a big point of how in the heck are we going to make this change and not affect that problem right there. And because the weighted courses is an issue right now, that's one of the feedback, the points of feedback from many parents that have difficulty fitting this in. Correct, yeah, because kids that take athletics and have other extracurricular activities and are striving or excelling academically and taking a bunch of AP classes, this is very difficult to fit in their schedule. And so they end up having to take summer school or potentially drop something else that they would like to be doing. And so again, that would meet the argument of making it optional. We went back and forth though of saying, you know what, giving them the waiver option still gives them a chance to get out of it if it's appropriate for them, but have it there for those that it's potentially going to serve the most benefit for. Like you said, it's not just active lifestyle and eating, it's communication and dealing with problems in life. I mean, there's the teaks that go along with this are very encompassing. There's a lot of bullet points that would be very beneficial.
And just one other thing, too, the numbers, I know 80% of parents, but you only got 8% of parents who responded, right? So to me, maybe you're missing those kids that need it the most. So that's my other concern. The numbers look really good from the people who responded, but it's such a low response rate. 80%
That
of
is
all the parents in our district.
I think that point right there is exactly what took a lot of people that were very adamant that this just be optional to go, good point. There are a lot of people that didn't respond here, or maybe people that couldn't respond, but we may have missed a lot of people that this is absolutely the most appropriate for. And I think that is part of what drove us to meet in the middle and choose waivers.
And I think if you break that down even further, there's certain clusters that participated more than others, which, not that those voices are not valuable, because they absolutely are, but I think there were some communities that didn't, same line of reasoning. There's some folks that didn't get a chance to respond. They had a week. We tried to advertise twice beforehand as much as we could, but you can't go and turn on the computer for people and punch the buttons for them. So we try our best, and sometimes we don't maybe necessarily get where everybody wants us to get. So,
thank you.
You're welcome.
Landry, you had some questions?
I do. So Dr. Broom, thank you. I know 11 meetings in that short time is a lot. And y'all did a great job. The impact for the weighted grade, how is that affected if they take the course in 8th grade and don't have the course in high school? Does it come out the same? Is it still the same effect?
It will come out the same. Because it's not a weighted course and it's only a 1 semester course, this is not really interfering with, all the weighted courses are a full 2 semester course right now. So if they take this, and it won't affect it either way. taking it in 8th grade, I mean, some of the feedback we got from a couple of the principals that we talked to anecdotally is, hey, we've got kids in 8th grade that are dropping one semester of athletics just so they can get this out of the way, or they may be dropping another course that might be in their career pathway or their educational pathway that they've chosen, just so they can get this in and get it out of the way, so that once they hit high school, it's easier to fit it in their schedule. And that 33% of them choose to take it in 8th grade right now. That's when they know that they can.
Thank you. And so I too have a concern for the counselor and the workload. If we go with a waiver process, do we know what that workload would look like, or how much that would add to a counselor's plate to have to vet through the waivers?
I think we would have to come up with that. Nobody knows at this point.
We don't have anything else
We
that's
tried to,
waiver,
that may be a little bit out of our lane. We tried to ask that, and just trying to think ahead. Well, we also don't want to make something, a recommendation. This could be this huge, enormous burden, but change is going to be a little bit of a burden anyway. And this is still kind of where we met. Now, the comment about why not just make this optional came up a lot at our full SHAC meeting. The next most frequent comment was, oh my gosh, you're suggesting we have a meeting with the counselor. Do you guys, like several of the people in the full SHAC would chime in and say, hey, we have to get a waiver for this, or we have to meet with our counselor once a year for these processes. That is extremely difficult right now. And how are we going to do this? How are we going to pull that off? So it's not going to be easy. So again, our other suggestions there on, bringing the requirements back to SHAC, they're suggestions only, because there's a lot that goes into this and how it's going to get pulled off. And that's, again, that's a little bit beyond our purview.
Not to beat a dead horse. I'm sorry, go
I
ahead.
just have one more question and I'm done, I
And
promise.
Ms. Thompson has some questions.
So you mentioned that there were quite a few comments that seemed to conclude with the results. If I remember correctly, there was 300-ish comments that were included in the results?
Correct. Yeah, a little over that, I think, total, if you include the yeses and the nos.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Mrs. Thompson?
Okay. It's really important for me to know where this data is coming from. 8% is not satisfactory to me. That's not enough data to make this big of a decision. I personally, as a parent, took this survey and my own data is contradictory. So I don't think it was a good survey. It didn't include elementary, and those are certainly people that this would impact. So I feel like that is something that we could add. Why was a waiver brought up when there are already so many alternatives?
That partly to answer your question, two parts of it. First of all, back to the survey, and again, the decision on who it was going to and what was in it wasn't ours. That came from the board. But to that point, I think from watching the meeting and listening to the discussion that the board had on this, I think their intentions were well made and good, because the worry, you're concerned, hey, you left out a bunch of elementary kids that, hey, this will impact them eventually, but it doesn't impact them right now, and will their opinions be valid right now? For an example, our staff survey initially went out accidentally to not only the high school principals and high school health teachers, but it went out to all the a bunch of elementary faculty as well. And we got an answer to the responses, but we also got comments like, this has nothing to do with what I do. I know nothing about this topic. This means nothing to me right now because this doesn't pertain to me. And so we redid the data and excluded those. The worry was that if you included all the elementary school responses, they have not gone through this yet, and so their data may not be as meaningful. And the point's well taken, but that's a little bit of the background on it. And again, that wasn't our decision. That came the survey came from the board. The other part of your question, say that one more time because I just got sidetracked. And the waiver. The waiver did not come from us either. That was one of the three options that was given to us by the board to consider. So leave it as is, mandatory, make it optional, or keep it mandatory but implement a waiver process. And those were the three topics that we were given to discuss and make a decision on. And so that's where that came from. The questions came up in our discussions. Okay, well, what is it? What are the options of the kids now? So several people on the committee didn't realize you could take it in 8th grade. They thought you had to take it in high school, or that you could test out of it, or that you could take it in summer school. So there are other options of doing it that are out there right now. Are they convenient to everybody? No, but I mean, but they are out there. And so there's an argument on both sides, right? So summer school is an option, testing out of is an option. To some people, that's a difficult option. And so, and again, that's the waiver process was middle ground for all.
Okay, thank you all for your work.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I hope that helps.
And we'll get the data.
We'll have to send that out to everybody, yes. The teacher survey, I know we had intended that to go out for a week. Can somebody help me remember if it did go out for a week, or if it was only out for, I think I heard it was only out for like 3 days or something like that.
I don't think it made 3 days. It wasn't out very long. And so, and the response rate was low. We talked about that a lot. I mean, given who, we went round and round on who we wanted to have surveyed for that, right? The overwhelming responses on that survey came from counselors and health teachers, which should be pretty predictable how they're going to answer those questions in general. And I think what we really wanted to see is to tease that data apart. Like, what are the directors and the principals? How do they feel about this? How does that affect their resource allocation? And these are, again, that may be a little bit of beyond our purview, but that would factor in a little bit to the decision making and really what the staff sees as most beneficial. It kept circling back, though, every time we'd get into the weeds on staff opinions to the parent survey, that 80% number.
Well,
how are you going to get beyond that?
And it's part of the balanced district scorecard, not that staff would outweigh all the other opinions, but having a little bit bigger sample size obviously would have been great. We didn't get it. As far as timing, did you guys get into discussions with staff about, because I think you invited, I don't know if you invited people to the meetings or requested information, but was there a serious discussion about what this could actually look like, regardless if it's a waiver or optional, but knowing that there's rank implications and that there are credit implications and just the timing of it. I know one email that was sent to y'all was a little misleading because it was saying implement for this next school year, and I mean that would have been impossible to implement and not cause mass confusion with well, exactly what you said is the senior took it and the senior didn't. Okay, well, now you just beat me out of the top 25% because you got this and I didn't. Whatever it might be. Did you all get into that a little bit more? Not to say here's exactly how you have to implement it, but timing of when that could potentially.
We tried to the extent, and this, and again, it's kind of along the same line of, well, how is this going to affect the counselors if we don't know yet? Because we haven't done it yet. So that in their defense now, what was really eye-opening to us is when we had discussions with the district folks about the ranking and about the other options, and we assumed that this would have a really big impact on the ranking. It really doesn't. The one thing that when we discussed, like, okay, well, if we were the ones choosing, when would you implement this, right? If you did it right now, you're going to anger a lot of people who just shuffled their schedule around last year to make sure they could fit this in, and then they go, oh, dang it, you mean these? If you wait 5 years, right, you're going to make a lot of people mad that just filled out the survey, that have been following along, that say, I want this right now. Change is going to be hard regardless. It always is, and again, it's kind of, we go back and forth, and that's another reason when we start discussing these points where we felt like, okay, rather than going extreme optional or leaving or doing nothing, let's listen to both sides of this and meet in the middle and do the waiver process. Not that that's going to be easy.
Yeah.
But
well, I think, does anybody else have any questions or comments? I think you all did a commendable job on trying to wrangle something that I think, and folks that I've talked to, it's a big issue item. I mean, this is a large program. We have multiple moving parts with all of this. And there isn't just one answer that, you know, can just get implemented on a moment's notice. And so if there's no other questions or anything, I think, thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome.
being here.
Thank you all for your attention.
All right, item D, School Health Advisory Council Bylaw Revision Recommendations. Mr. Kamen, you're back.
I'm back. Before I go any further, Trustee Villarreal, I did double check, and the 7th grade edit was choosing the best path, not life. It's on page 4. All right. So the 2024 School Health Advisory Council bylaw revisions. We were tasked, BFD local states that the School Health Advisory Council bylaws must be brought annually to the board for review and possible revision. The SHAC bylaws were amended back in August of 2023. And it states it shall be the responsibility of the Board of Trustees, upon the advice of the council of the SHAC, to establish and amend bylaws. The bylaws must be consistent with state law and board policies governing the SHAC. So at that point, we started this in 2022, and we made some edits and some revisions. We presented it to the full SHAC back in, I believe it was back in May of 2023. If you'll go to the next slide. Oh, actually, the next one. In May 17th, 2023, we had discussed the amended bylaws in the full SHAC, and at that point we were not able to come to a conclusion as to what we wanted to offer back as a recommendation to the Board of Trustees, and so we tabled it. We came back with a new full SHAC with new members within the SHAC and presented it in November 15th of 2023. And at that time, because we had new members, we said, okay, there's a lot more work that needs to be done on the edits and the revisions. And so at that point, we kicked it back to each of the standing committees to try to carve out some time to review the bylaws as they stated from 2022, make their recommendations, and then we would get back together within the executive committee. So that's what happened in January of 17th. The standing committees actually met in one of our full SHAC meetings as their standing committees and reviewed the bylaws revisions. They came up with their conclusions from each of the standing committees. That was presented. Each of the chairs of the respective standing committees met with as the executive committee on January 17th as well as January 29th. We compiled all of the edits and tried to put them together in a presentation form. We finalized that actually on February 5th and then presented it to the full SHAC on March 20th, where the second read of the bylaw revisions were. So, I believe y'all all have copies of the bylaws as amended. You'll see that we made recommendations and suggested revisions that were notated in the copy of the bylaws where we felt like it was simply a strike through, and then we added in highlighted in blue as to what we felt like the wording should be to kind of clarify that. Each article was then discussed and voted on independently by the full SHAC, and tally of the votes for each of the suggestion noted in the comments are in the margins. So again, if you look back and you'll see Article 1, authority, we made whatever revisions that were made, and then to the right in the comments, it was passed with a vote of 24-0, and the SHAC accepted Article 1. We went through that, through the whole bylaws, and there was one exception on the Article 4 membership. No revisions were voted on by the full SHAC because there was such, how do I want to say this? There was a lot of good, healthy debate. There was a lot of good, healthy debate back and forth on membership. And part of that discussion and the debate was, how can we as SHAC members classify or tell you as trustees how you should classify us? Because right now, if you look at that, you have parents as one classification, and that would be defined typically as a parent of a student within the NEISD school system. There was debate on that as to whether a parent of a school-aged child that did not attend an NEISD school should be eligible as a SHAC member under that parent classification. The next classification is a community member, and it did list a number of different positions that could be considered a community member, whether they were in business or healthcare or a clergy or whatever. There's a list of within BDF local and regulations. And so, again, there was a lot of debate on whether a person that was on the SHAC because they were a parent and then opted at some point during the year to remove their child from an NEISD, would they still remain on the SHAC as a parent, or would they be removed immediately? And again, according to the bylaws, it doesn't state anything explicitly. We went back to the NEISD lawyers and asked them to review the bylaws and to give us some type of feedback. Because obviously there's a spirit behind the bylaws, just like there's a spirit behind certain other options that or other situations that one could read in one way or another. But unless it was specifically stated, yes, that person would leave immediately, or no, that person can stay within their term, that answer did not come back from NEISD. And so that's something that we felt like we were going to, again, push that back onto you as the trustees and say, look, there's a lot of healthy debate within the full SHAC, within each of the standing committees. And so that's something we believe that it's something that you as the trustees should define as to how you would like to proceed with that. Does that make sense? All right.
Mr. Byer, I'm looking at the agenda item, and it looks like there's not an action for this agenda item. It's just a presentation. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so one comment I do want to make is a lot of the bylaws go hand in hand with BDF local.
Yes.
And so in some of the authority in the bylaws is only really part of the policy, not the actual bylaws. So when we review the policy, we need to be looking at these together and not separately, because we cannot have conflicts between the policy and the bylaws. So I just wanted to make
Fully concur with that.
Yeah, we tried to capture that, Ms. Landry. We tried to capture that as much as possible within the standing committees as well as within the executive committee, so that we did have BDF local along with the bylaws, and we tried to blend them too, so that we were consistent with both. So that's a great point.
Mrs. Cox?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so am I allowed to make 3
And
suggestions?
I'm sorry, trustees, let me just, because we're having some mic issues. The thing is, when you all turn them on and there's another one that turns on, you're hearing some of that ringing. Because what they're trying to do is adjust mics in the back, because some of you speak louder than others or some lean in. So I apologize. It's just, if you leave your mic on while somebody else, it's causing some issues in the back. Okay?
Duly noted. All right, so my first suggestion, if I'm allowed to make a suggestion in the bylaws, is on page 10. It's section 7. Where am I? Section 7, Article 3, under meetings. And so just down here, section 7, where it talks about a member must be present in person or teleconference to vote. Did that have any effect with the Chase meetings, that so many of those were done through Teams?
I don't believe it really had that much of an issue. There was, I guess you could say that there was some maybe miscommunication from the standpoint of obviously the lag between having it a virtual meeting, and even some from the standpoint of the body posturing when they were trying to give an explanation. If someone was presenting over the teleconference, they could not read the room, and so they couldn't see if what they were saying was being taken in a different manner. And so you could say that there was some potential considerations that just like in texting, if you're texting someone as opposed to having a face-to-face conversation, you may read the text one way and someone else may read the same text a different way. But yet, if you're in the room and you see how I'm presenting it, that same message, it probably comes off a lot better or smoother or even softer from that standpoint.
But it's
So,
best to leave it that way in terms for a vote.
Yes, ma'am.
Just to have everyone present in the room. and
Oh,
not
yeah,
have
it was-
Teams meeting capacity.
It was to try to make sure that everyone that could make the meeting, even if it was via Teams, could then be present and have dialogue within the standing committees. Obviously, within the full SHAC, we did not offer any teleconference meetings. It was just for the standing committees.
Okay, all right, so my next suggestion is Article 4 under membership, which is Section 3. And it reads, if the status of a member changes, the Board of Trustees will be notified by the facilitator of the change in status, and the replacements will be appointed in accordance with PDF local. Should we add after status, and then, so it doesn't say as to how long that process can take. So after facilitator of the change in status, could you add and be immediately removed from SHAC?
Yes,
Just to make that definition
Yes, ma'am.
clear.
Again, that's, as the Board of Trustees, you could make that determination. That's one of those situations where, as the chair of the SHAC, my interpretation of the bylaws as written was when someone changed their status from a parent to now not a non-parent of a NEISD student, my interpretation was that they have now made themselves ineligible to serve on SHAC. But I relied on the NEISD lawyers to come back and give us some additional information, and it took a week or two to get that information, and so we did actually have two Chase meetings, and fortunately that member was gracious enough to understand that with what we were trying to do, they did not want. I asked them to just not attend the meeting so that it didn't point shadows or any type of conflicts on what we were trying to do within the Chase and in the review process. They graciously appreciated my comments. They said, okay, I'll do that. I'll step aside. When we did get a resolution, not really a resolution, but an answer back from the NEISD lawyers, we said, okay, well, it doesn't explicitly say this or explicitly say that, so we welcome that member back in and valued, their contribution to the meetings.
Sure. I absolutely understand. And so just again, as a former SHAC parent, I definitely know that I was not district, I was not community. So once my child graduated, I was no longer able to be on SHAC because I'm not a district member or a community member. So just this comment here, it's to the side, it says commented 7 and then commented 8, where the edit is discussed. There's an option there. The Board of Trustees may also appoint up to 2 persons each, whether their children attend an NEISD school or not. If after reasonable effort has been made, the trustee can't find enough qualified or willing non-parent guardian community members within their SMD, they may appoint a parent as a community member. So to me, it's hard for me to understand, because a parent is a parent and you're there as a parent, but you're not necessarily, and so you want all those pieces, and that's why I think SHAC has been so successful and so important, because you have all those different pieces. You have the district voice, you have the parent voice, you have the community voice. So I was just as far as the bylaws, I think those 2 categories should be very clearly defined and very separate. You're either a parent or you're a community member.
Right.
And I know sometimes it's hard to find people to fill SHAC positions, but that's upon to us to do that extra work and to spend that extra time and to reach out to our community and find community members. I know from my experience volunteering as a PTA mom how important community members are. Just with some of the stuff I do at the school level, I can't do half of what I do without community members. So they're very important to that SHAC process. So I wouldn't want a parent to not have a kid in the district, but then be a community member. So I just would think that there should be some language that's very, very clearly defines each of those.
I would agree. And that was one of the things that I brought up actually to last year's Board of Trustees, was I was trying to, when we first got the initial roster of SHAC members, we went back and looked at them and tried to, from each SMD, and said, okay, these are parents, these are community members, and such. And so we did the splitting for each of the 4 standing committees, and we ran into some conflicts because again, we felt like, based off of their description as a community member, they may not have met that title, and then eventually, even as a parent, if you're a parent of a school-aged child, we too felt like there were a lot of people that felt like then they should be either a NEISD student and not a student at a private school, and if they're going to be classified as a parent. And so, again, I brought that to the attention of the board last year, and it just, we wanted more clarification.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Okay, now this segues perfectly into what I'm about to say. I know who this is targeting. And we spoke with Mr. Lopez, and what you're doing, or what you're trying to get us to agree to, is called discrimination.
No.
Yes.
No,
it is. You're attempting to make us, or convince us, that it's okay to discriminate against somebody who wishes to serve as a committee member because that person has children. That's discrimination.
That's not
Mr.
what we're doing.
Lopez, when we discussed this, Mr. Lopez stated that there was no reason a community member could not have children. And this became a bone of contention last year. and I know who this is targeted against, and it's called discrimination. And it's no more acceptable now than it was then. So, and according to this, because we had, on November the 28th, 2022, the board had a lengthy discussion of the final reading of the bylaws. It was discussed and agreed by the board and Mr. Lopez that parents can't be employees. Mr. Byer made the argument that community members can be parents as long as they meet the 28.004.d, or parentheses D, list of what a community member is. Mrs. Williams agreed with Mr. Byer that a community members can in fact be parents. Ms. Huey said that she was fine with community members being parents as long as they are professionals, in reference to the 28.004D list. And Dr. Micah clarified that the law is to protect the SHAC by saying that the majority of the SHAC is parents. Okay, so if you have listed as community members, that is what they are counted as. They can't be counted as both. But what you're, by this, having us change this and saying that community members, in my mind, if I said yes to this, I would be discriminating against people that have children, school-age children.
Okay, are you reading everything? Because if you read everything, it gives you options of what you want to define them. You as the trustees. This is information that we collected within the full SHAC. We are not trying to discriminate from anybody, because you've already made that perfectly clear in one of the other board meetings where you accused me of being sexist and you accused me of being ageist. And so that is not what we are trying to do. We are saying, here's the information. This is the information coming back from the full SHAC. This is something that you as the trustees need to define. We're not going to define it.
And I have another thing, and I know what this is pointed at also. On the back over here, I believe it's, oh yes, 10, okay, page 10. It says standing committee work sessions are limited to standing committee members unless a guest is invited by a simple majority of the standing committee members prior to the work session. See, when I showed up at one of the meetings, because I was asked to by Mr. Hilliard, he wanted me to take his place because he had to fly. One of the SHAC committee members looked at me and said, "Why are you here?" Like that. So I understand why this is, but you've got to remember, this is the board's committee. And I know this is pointed, you're trying to keep everything, contained. I get it, okay? I get it, because it was made very clear that I was not wanted in that room. But Steve Hilliard asked me to go, and I went as a favor to him. But this right here, for full transparency, the people should be allowed to go and see the work that you're doing. We're not going to go hide in the corner and then hope that you guys are, everything's okay. So that hit me right between the eyes when I read this. I just want you to know that.
Again, these are recommendations from the full SHAC. This is what was voted on by the full SHAC. This is not one person's agenda, so please don't frame it that way. The fact of the matter is, a trustee showing up to what's supposed to be a closed meeting within the standing committees. Those are all described as closed meetings. That's what it states. And so, yes, there were people at that meeting that were surprised to see someone who's not part of that Chase committee show up and then sit there. And there were people in that room that felt like they were not capable of stating freely what they wanted to discuss within the discussions of the meeting.
But there was no problem, there was no
because
problem when Shannon Grona showed up. There was no problem. The same thing did not happen at that
This
point.
discussion is not getting us anywhere with.
That's
the
right, it's not.
accusations. And so if it's a failure of the board to not communicate who's going to be at a meeting, if it's not the board liaison, that is our responsibility to make sure that that happens. So going forward, we can have that discussion and figure it out. And again, these are recommendations that are coming from the full SHAC. These are not, they voted on it. We get to discuss it. I agree with Mrs. Landry. We need to bring this together with BDF local, because there is so much intertwined with this that we want to make sure we're not stepping on each other, they're not contradicting each other, and that they're clear as to what's happening with whatever the policy might be. And so, you know, we have the ability to come with our suggestions. This is a discussion item because, again, we have 4 new board members who are trying to digest all of this at the same time, and it would be a disservice to the SHAC for us to just make a knee-jerk reaction and either just accept everything they said or not accept everything they said, and we need to put some thought into this. So if there are questions about the policies, I'm here to entertain those, but I don't necessarily want to get a back and forth with Mr. Kamen and one of us. He's bringing forward what the full SHAC has voted on. And so let's ask him questions, be respectful of everybody's time, and move on with this.
I just have one comment to make regarding the participation of parents as community members. And I think Ms. Villarreal pointed out the conversation that we had. We had several extensive conversations regarding this. And in spite of our best efforts to reach out to the community and get volunteers, in the case where community members were also parents, the community member was not selected over somebody else who volunteered as a community member, when in fact there were limited volunteers. And so one thing I'm concerned about is getting ourselves into a situation where we're trying our best to silo who we appoint, when the spirit of the law is to involve as many parents as possible. And so by excluding parents from being community members, when some parents, in fact, have great experience that is very helpful to the SHAC, we should not shackle ourselves by restricting who can or cannot be appointed.
Thank you, Ms. Landry. Ms. Shelton?
I just have point of information for me.
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Cox started, but I didn't quite get it.
Okay.
The under meetings, so section Article 3, Section 7. You explained why we took out teleconference and we just did in person, but I don't think I got the connection. So it was originally just for subcommittees, but just walk me through it. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. So within the standing committees, the 4 standing committees, we did allow for the potential of virtual meetings so that we could meet a quorum, so that we could engage as many people in that standing committee for discussion and then for voting purposes. It is in the original bylaws, and I believe BDF, that the full SHAC meetings have to be in person in order to have discussion and votes.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Ms. Shelton. Any other questions for Mr. Kamen?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson?
I just wanted to suggest tightening up the definition of a community member. It seems like there wouldn't have been the need to say a parent versus a community member if they were all meant to be parents. So just specifically outlining what qualifies a person as a community member. And then I don't even know if this is for here, but I just watched the last meeting from this last week. And it was messy. Just, I don't know, something about having participants be educated on proper parliamentary procedure, or
Well,
I
I
don't
think
know.
one of the suggested changes is, or not changes, but referencing
miss
Robert's
it?
Rules of Order. It is listed as one of the items, Article 9, under parliamentary authority.
okay, I missed it then. Okay, all right.
And that it's the very, very last line, and so I think it's in there. It's just a matter of making sure everybody is following that.
Yes, and we'd like to, as part of that, even have a parliamentarian as part of the full SHAC, so that we have someone that is versed in Robert's Rules of Order, because as Mr. Byer said, he's a landscape architect. My background is in civil engineering. It's not Mr. Robert's Rules of Order, but I had to learn quite a bit, so, during this process.
Okay, thank you, and I'm sorry I missed that.
Yeah.
Quite all right. Any other comments, questions? Okay, well, Mr. Kamen, thank you very much for bringing this. For my fellow board members, we'll have this at some point in the near future with BDF Local, and talk to Dr. Micah, and see when we can get that on an agenda. So, thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you.
All right, item E, budget study session number 3, Mr. Villarreal.
Yes, Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. Tonight we bring you the third budget study session. Tonight we'll be covering, just to recap what we've done in the past 2 meetings. And recap from budget study session 1, we talked about increased property values do not increase overall M&O revenue. There's a 2.5 limitation is on overall M&O tax collections. Homeowners may still see a tax increase greater than 2.5% if their home value increased despite further compression of the tax rate. And then school nutrition is adding a community-eligible CEP site, which allows all students to eat for free. And from study session 2, we recommend district contribution rate to health insurance increase, recommend no increase to employee contribution, recommend a 1% retention, and budget is not the same as our forecasted actual results. It will be larger as it includes 100% personnel fill. So tonight we'll talk about debt service review, school nutrition services review, and our general fund review, and then the next steps for adoption next Monday. And with that, I turn it over to Susie Lackhorn, our Executive Director of Finance and Accounting.
Thank you. Good evening. Tonight we're going to get started with the debt service fund, the least exciting of the 3 funds. Our budget for 24-25 encompasses primarily revenue from property tax collection. We do receive some state revenue for a hold harmless for when the state moved the homestead exemption rates. So they've been moving them up from $15,000 to $25,000 to $40,000 to $100,000. And so when they do that, then they provide a little bit of funding into our debt service fund to help offset that loss in property tax collection. We also receive a little bit of federal revenue for our qualified school construction bonds. These are bonds that were issued in 2010 to help us do primarily HVAC improvements. That
Susie, I'm sorry to interrupt you,
It's
but
okay.
I think some people had signed up for,
Oh, sorry.
no.
They're under pay,
Oh, my bad.
so we're
Sorry,
going to go under
Susie.
compensation.
Sorry, misunderstood.
So we get a little bit of federal revenue to help with the interest of those Q scabs, if that's where I left off it. So our estimated revenue is $173 million with some other sources. This is the general fund contributing to those Q scabs. So this is back in 2010, bonds issued to do a bunch of HVAC improvements. It was a special program back then, and pretty soon we'll be done with it. So this would be an estimated revenue budget of $175 million. Our expenditure budget looks a little bit different than in other years. We actually are doing a transaction, y'all just approved it, in May 20th. on May 20th. And so that transaction's going to hit in June. So this looks a little bit different than normal. Normally, there's another transaction, a big transaction in this budget, so it looks a lot less than normal. We're going to have 2 transactions in 23-24 instead of in 24-25. It doesn't impact anything. It all rolls together through fund balance. But our appropriations for interest, about 64 million. I mean, for principal, 64 million, interest, 47 million, totaling about 111 million. And when you put those together, that'll be a net change to fund balance of 63 million, with an ending fund balance in 24-25 of 197 million. Now, one of the unique things about the debt service fund is even though our fiscal year runs July through August, you have to use the collections in July through June. Man, wouldn't a 13-month fiscal year be great? July through June. So, but the money you collect in that window has to be used to pay the debt service payment on August following that June. So your fund balance needs to be reserved. Part of it needs to be reserved for the Q-scabs that we are setting aside for our 2027 payoff. Then that August 1st debt service is another 30 million or so. And then we set aside some funds to pay off debt early, saving the taxpayers a lot of interest in the future. And so then that fund balance looks much bigger than what it really is, because then those pieces all have to come off. But more unique than the general fund.
And last week, we remarketed some bonds, and we defeased the 45 million that we spoke about, and we'll bring you all a report later on as to how much we've defeased over the last few years. One of the good things that we did is we were oversubscribed 9.2 times, and that means that people wanted our bonds, and we're able to get our basis points or the interest that we pay from 3.85 to 3.75. So I know you all had signed some papers for us to do this remarketing. I just want to give you a quick update, but we'll give you a bigger update with what we've done in the past come August. Sorry, Sue.
No, it's great. It was a very successful transaction. Very nice day. It saved some money. Going back to school nutrition, so we looked at them a little earlier this year, but now we've incorporated some of the things we've talked about, health insurance and compensation. So for next year, we'll have a proposed budget of 47 million for expenditures, and again, this is by function code, which is how TEA will require you to adopt the budget. Most of the school nutrition fund's function code is in food services, not a big surprise there. They have a little bit of money for security and facilities maintenance. Coupled with their revenue, we're budgeting a $10 million loss. Just remember, we want them to have a loss as we need their fund balance to come down. This is the budget, so remember how we talked last time, that we budget at 100%, and then we really expect to do better than that. And so that's for the general fund. The same thing holds true for school nutrition. And so this will bring their fund balance, budgeted fund balance down, and but they'll perform better than this. And just a reminder here, those meal prices. All right, so let's follow up from our conversation last time. This chart is a smaller slice of the chart from last time that talks about the raise and retentions that we've done over the last few years. We've also included just an idea so that you understand how much the district has contributed to health insurance, to give you a total cost of what each of these compensation packages ran the district. You'll notice that the very last item looks a little different than what we talked about last time. So remember how I warned everybody that there were some pending pieces of revenue that might come in? Well, don't you know my luck? The next day by noon, TEA says, hey, we're going to give you a little more hold harmless. And so for once, we got some good news. So that improved our revenue forecast for 23-24, so the current year. So we're going to get that money this year, between $2 and $3 million. And while I got that, I also went through and updated for attendance as we have closed out the school year. And the attendance rates for the 6 weeks were slightly better than what I had projected. So when we get to the end of the presentation, you'll see instead of a $38 million loss, we now think it'll be more like 34. So with that improvement, that revenue from TEA is a one-time kind of thing. It made sense to also pass that one-time savings into a one-time kind of cost. So we changed our recommendation for retention from 1% to 1.5%. And so that'll cost it's almost dollar for dollar in what we'll get and what it'll cost. And so you'll see now that our proposal has slightly bigger retention for our staff due to the fact that TEA is going to give us some more money, and our attendance was a little bit better. So that attendance will flow through to those future years too. A couple of things to remember about retentions. So not only does it cost the district a little bit less because it doesn't qualify for TRS, it also saves the staff because they aren't getting TRS deducted from their checks. So whenever district employees receive payment, they get paid, and then they have to contribute to TRS. Then the district contributes to TRS, and then the state contributes some to TRS. And so all three contribute to the overall retirement. And so a retention for employees, they'll actually get to keep more of the cash than if they had gotten a raise, because they won't have to keep, they won't have to pay the 8.9% for TRS. Just a little note that we normally talk about from the district side. So we wanted to just point out on the employee side that the district doesn't have to contribute, and neither do they. So they get to keep that 8.9% that normally would go towards their payment of TRS. So, and again, talking about the retention, this is a one-time kind of commitment instead of an ongoing commitment. When you're looking at our deficit and the pessimism that we have for the upcoming legislative session, that is why the district is recommending a retention over a raise, which is an ongoing commitment. It is no reflection on how the district values staff. We would always love to be providing great raises for the staff. It's just looking at that deficit and looking at what the forecast for that legislative session is leading us to believe.
And what we did here is we showed side by side what the district health contribution, what we've done, just to show it together with what we've done with raises and retention. So if you look at last year, we contributed $8 million to the health instead of passing any increases to the employees. And then we gave the $35 million raise. So last year, compensation package was $43 million. And when you look at what we're projecting our deficit to be of $34 million, that majority of that, I mean, all of it was from the raise and contribution. So if you look at prior years, 3.1 the year before, and then 2 million. So we've been contributing to health insurance of our employees.
There was some discussion last time also about if we were to pass on all of the health insurance costs to the employees next year, this is what that would look like. So you would see some employees contributing $73 more a month. The lowest end is $9, so it would go anywhere from $9 more a month to $73 more a month. And given that we're recommending a retention, that would be, you know, a decrease in their net pay. So our recommendation is staying with the district taking on that cost. All right, so let's look at what this budget, when you put those pieces together, what it looks like. So last time we looked at the changes in expenditures of being by 0.3 million, but now that we've changed our retention from 1% to 1.5%, our changes, you know, more like 3.5 from 23-24 to 24-25. Again, 86% of our budget is in salaries and benefits. We are labor intensive. we can also, so we'll walk through these slides and look at the same budget in a bunch of different ways. And so that was by basically what? So that's your salaries, your supplies, those kinds of things. TEA actually has you adopt the budget by function code. And it's got this great definition, a general operational area. That explains everything, doesn't it? So they group these functions into areas, and we've got very descriptive slides coming up that kind of help you understand what each category is. The good news is, you know, TEA's 20-digit account code makes us able to compare ourselves across other districts in the state because we're all using the same structure. So there is some benefit to it. It's just very cumbersome with 20 digits. But the digits we're focusing on today are the function codes. So instruction and instruction related is by far the biggest thing, piece of the budget. 65%, 400 million out of the 612 million. That's really where we want to spend our money because that means it's related to the classroom. So instruction and instruction related are classroom, library, and staff development. And so that's really where we would get the most bang for our buck. And so a rule of thumb is we're always kind of shooting for that 65% there. Instruction and school leadership, and so that's really going to be your campus office staff, your principals, your AP, and all the office staff, and any similar staff here in central office. That's 7.6% of the budget. Student support services are counseling, social work, health services, transportation, food services. So we do have a little bit of food services in the general fund budget, and extracurricular, and so that's at 10%. Administrative support, that is really just full-on general administration, accounting, human resources, those kinds of departments. Non-student support will be maintenance, security, and data processing. And so that's your last piece there. Everything else is only % of the budget, so that breaks down the groups. And if we look at them in detail and we can compare them year to year, function 11 is your main one, right? And it's the biggest percentage of the budget. That's where your teachers, instructional assistants, all your direct classroom stuff is in function 11. Our big decrease here is, if you remember when we talked about staffing last time, we talked about how that was going to save about $8 million. And so this is really related to as we're shrinking and our number of teachers are declining. And so that's primary reason for that decline there. Instructional resources and media services is our libraries and the aids in the libraries and any books and resources that they buy. You'll find some of these categories will have kind of odd swings. Each campus and department will budget their funds, and each year it's always interesting to see, like, people plan a little bit more for the library one year than the next year, and so some of these hop around a little bit. Curriculum development and instructional staff development, this is really training and technology and those kinds of things, our instructions and our specialists, and so not a huge swing here either. Instructional leadership, includes our SPED campus coordinators, and like those department heads. And so this is basically the flat from the same year, from last year. School leadership will be principals, assistant principals, all the administrative support staff there in the main office at the campus. Guidance and counseling, very obviously your counselors, your licensed specialist in school psychology, I think I got it, LSSPs. CCMR is your college career military readiness specialist, and our educational diagnosticians. And again, this isn't just all their salaries, this includes all the supplies and equipment and services needed to support them. Social work services, so this big change is actually because last year I used the wrong function code in the budget last year for a group of these staff members, and this is the correction. Yes. So this is not a change, a dramatic change this year. This is me fixing something in the wrong code last year. So last year, they went into 11, they went to the wrong bucket, and so this year we're fixing that. So that's my bad, sorry. Health services, this, obviously your clinic, right? And so that's your supplies and your nurses, those assistants there. School transportation, drivers, assistants. This really isn't as big of an increase. This is also, TEA likes to change function codes on us. And so bus assistants sometimes will be in function 11 and not in function 34. And so this is just a reflection of things moving between those two function codes. It's not a dramatic increase in transportation overall. Food services, it looks like a big percentage, but it's not a lot of money. There are certain things that the federal government will not allow us to charge into the school nutrition fund, and so we're just making sure that we have plenty of money to cover those things. Extracurricular activities, again, not a major change here. General administration is almost exactly the same. So let's talk about administrative costs. For those of you who are new, each year TEA will provide school districts with a FIRST rating. FIRST stands for the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas. And so they, based on district size, they give you points. And if your administrative cost ratio is below 8.55% for a district our size, you get the maximum points available. And all the points get added up, and if you get enough points, you get an A. If you don't, it's, you know, they have a rating, so it's A, B. It's a lot like STAR accountability, just for finances. It's a lot of different points, and this is item number 13. But it takes functions 21 and 41, which they consider to be more administrative in nature, and they divide by the total of instruction, instructional resources in the library, and then the staff development and guidance. So you add up those as your denominator, and instructional leadership and general administration are your numerator, and you get a percentage. And so if your percentage is below 8.55% for a district our size, then we get 10 points. And smaller districts have bigger ratios because they don't have the economy of scale that a district our size would have. We can estimate what that's going to look like. It's never necessarily going to be perfect because TEA always has the ability to change it on us. And so we're projecting here, so this is our preliminary estimate, but using the same methodology that they used last year, they are now including ESSER spending in these numbers because so much of ESSER supplanted your general fund revenue. And so they have felt it was only fair to include ESSER spending into this calculation. And so if we do that and we look at our peers in the area, then we're still looking at being the lowest in the, the area at 5.1%. And so this is a number that we really spend a lot of time looking at because, like I said earlier, we want our money going into function 11 and those things that are in the classroom because that really has much more impact on the students than accounting does.
So then we'll bring first probably November or December when we bring up the audit report.
It's always it's a year behind. It takes them a long time to gather everybody's data and everything. And so, but this is our preliminary estimate. Going on with the rest of the functions, function 51, that's custodial services, maintenance, property insurance, engineering. So the big buckets here, the increases here, we talked about AARs last time. We talked about that CPS rate increase, how we have to do CO2 inspections, and then we also have increases from during the year for property insurance included in here. So really property insurance is a big driver in this increase here. And so unfortunately, that's just, we're not going to not insure our buildings and we're not going to not pay the electric bill. So that's what we're going to keep doing. It may hurt, but we're going to keep doing it. Security, this change will be primarily related to last year when we adopted the budget. The House bill requiring security at every campus had just passed, and we didn't have full-blown estimates or anything. I don't even know if Dr. Micah's safety specialist plan was even talked about at this point in time last year. We had a little bit of money holding placeholder in there, but the primary driver here is that now we have, we're planning to be fully staffed for those elementary security specialists, safety specialists at each campus, and so that's the primary driver for that increase there. All right, the rest of these are really not a change. These are all very standard things that we do each year. Our share of the cost for the regional day school program, the juvenile justice alternative program. I always bring it up. This is part here in number 99. That's part of our payments to Bexar County for appraisal and tax collections. So now that we've gone through the minutia of those function codes, let's take a look at where the money is spent. Of our $612 million, nearly $500 million, or 81.3%, is spent at the campus. And then 18.7% is spent on things that we would consider non-campus. Some of those things are like speech paths who hop from campus to campus to campus, so we can't really just assign them a home. Transportation, maintenance, things that cover multiple campuses all at once. Again, accounting, human resources, those kinds of things will all be non-campus. We have a very detailed coming up that breaks it all out. But of that 81% that's at the campus, 90% of that is for salaries and benefit. And so you can see here we're at 71% for salaries and nearly 19% for benefits. We spend money for subs, services, utilities, buying supplies and material. So this is that breakdown of what we're spending at the school. And by far, as we've talked over and over again, we are labor intensive. This is also why it becomes so challenging to save enough money when you're looking at our deficit. It's very difficult to go and get all the savings you need without impacting the campuses, because that's really where the money is, and it's in people. When we look at the types of staff that are in that salary number, no surprise here, $271 million is in your teachers and aides, so those are the people in the classrooms. Your next biggest group is your campus administration and the office staff. Then custodial staff at $16 million, counselors and their assistants at $14 million. This is the biggest part of our budget right here. When we get non-campus, it's not nearly as heavy in stuff. Only 62% in salaries and benefits for non-campus costs. Much more services and supplies driven. And again, these are things that are purchased for district-wide use for the most part. Let's look at the detail. This slide is never as helpful to me as this slide, because this is how my brain tends to think about the data. So this is breaking it out by department. So a couple of thoughts here. Just understand this is not just salaries and benefits. So I don't want you to see a department like executive staff and go, oh, that's a lot of money. No, in things like executive staff, you also have a lot of budgets. Mr. Jimenez pays for a massive amount of travel for the campuses. He manages it within his own budget. Dr. Mitchell also pays for quite a few things for the campuses. There's a lot of supplies and services that fall into those budgets. It doesn't necessarily imply salaries and benefits, because remember the slide we just looked at, it was only 62%, and so this is the grand total. So transportation and maintenance are a third of the total cost of the non-campus stuff. And as you can imagine, we need working facilities, and we have students arriving at school. So those are both very critical departments. Our next biggest department is under that's curriculum, and then risk management has moved up on the list thanks to that property insurance. So property insurance is a very big component of that number, and so each year it's very exciting when I don't have to shift the table, but we had to move it up this year because of that big property insurance. Then we've got athletics and special education, technology, learning support, finance. Down there at the bottom of the table, on the left-hand side, you see that tax appraisal and collection. So some of that's in function 41, some of that's in function 99. The total budget for that is $3.1 million. We don't have any control over it. So when we go looking for things to save money at, that's not one we can touch. You can see the rest of the campuses. We took utilities and allocated them between the campuses and the non-campus facilities. Anyway, so $114 million for non-campus, or 18.7% of the budget. When we roll all that together, you can see 23-24's adopted budget was $58 million, but like we talked before, we plan for 100% of positions being filled and everybody spending all their budgets. We now think it'll be more like $34 million with the good news that we got this week, or last week. And so we're projecting to end at 4 months. Just bear in mind, this was one of those things that those other pieces may come into play too. It would be nice if everything went in our favor this year. It would be a nice change. For 24-25, using the recommendations that we have, our proposed budget would be about a loss of $62 million. But again, we would project a $42 million loss, as that $62 million includes every dollar going out the door. And that would end us at about 3.1 months at the end of 24-25. So our next steps, next Monday will be our public hearing. We had to put an ad in the paper announcing that public hearing, and so that'll be next Monday. We'll bring you the budget to adopt. We'll also bring you a final budget amendment for 23-24. Just know that final budget amendment is not forecast. It too is still larger than what we forecast because we strive to make sure there's enough money in every function code. So when you get that and you're like, yeah, I thought you said we were only going to lose about $34 million. This is again budget, not our forecast. And so each line item, we try to make sure there's plenty of money in each line item so that we don't spend more in that category. Then fund balance commitments is just us doing some technical stuff, requirements there. And then, again, we don't ever get to the tax rates until September. TEA tells us what our M&O tax rate can be, so we can't even touch that stuff until September. So that'll be another budget meeting later on. All right. Questions?
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Do I have Ms. Fideli have a question?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. Last year, of course, you project everything at 100%. And so, you give us pain all at once. Okay. What actually did we come out? How many people did not? Yes, this sounds terrible, but how many people did we not hire last year?
So remember, it's not just who we didn't hire. Somebody left us, and then it took us 2 months to fill. The position. So we had 2 months of salaries being paid because it was vacant for a window. It's not always, we didn't just hire that position. It's the movement. And in a lot of positions, we have a lot of movement. So you have someone leave, you post the position, and then you fill it, and you save all that money in between the person leaving and the new person starting. And so there's a lot of that. It's very difficult to put your fingers on. We actually talked about the theory of how we would calculate how many positions vacant the entire year. And we budget some things in groups, and so my brain's still trying to process like how to get out of the system. We don't have the fancy budgeting system with our software. We have Microsoft Excel. And so we do a lot of stuff by hand, and which is why sometimes I get the wrong function code in the thing, and then you have to see me fix it. But so today I really couldn't wrap my brain around really identifying people coming and going and their states, but actually nailing down how many specific positions were vacant the entire year. I still got to do some thinking to see if we do it. Just anecdotally, I think Ms. Witten and I were talking today that we averaged about 118 vacant this year. Is that about right? Am I? Okay. Yeah. So that makes a big impact.
Okay. And my second question is I don't you can give me a number, or, you know, Mr. Villarreal always seems to just be able to do it like that in his brain. If we did, you know, and this is just throwing some numbers out there. Let's say we did a $1,500 stipend, okay, or retention, and a $500 list the first of the year, and a $500 at the end of the year. What would that look like? It'd be a total of $2,000 for the entire year, or something. And
we ran a model today for 500. And that cost a total of $18 million to the general fund.
Oh.
So that 1.5% was about $6 million to the general fund. That plan would be about $18 million to the general fund. So you'd want to add about $12 million to budget for that.
Okay, answered the question. Yes, no. Well, I'll sleep.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. Ms. Shelton?
To that question, though, what is a 1.5% retention bonus? What does that look like for the average teacher pay?
The teachers would receive about $917, and then we do a floor so that no one would receive less than $370.
Okay.
For our hourly staff. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think you just answered it. I was going to ask you to remind me, because it was it was all staff, right?
Yeah, so it'd be 1.5% for all staff, but some staff, when you're only a part-time employee, your percent in some of the pay grades are, you know, much lower. So we make sure everybody gets a minimum, and that minimum would be $375.
Okay. I too have a question about what percentage of our positions remained unfilled. I have a question. You had an early slide in the food service budget, and my question was, to what level do we think that we're going to perform? I know it was an estimate, but it was much larger than I thought. I know it's not as significant given the overarching, but it was much bigger than I thought it would be.
So they're a little tougher with some of the things that they have to do. So they have a big capital project that they're doing to help bring down that that budget. They're also right now gathering quotes and stuff. So the reason why, one of the many reasons why our food service program is successful is our scale. So we're able to go and bid out milk. Mm-hmm. And we bid it out, and we're buying in bulk. Mm-hmm. A lot of smaller districts can't get that kind of pricing. We get discounts for our volume price for purchasing, right? And so, like, as they go through, they spend the summer doing all those bids, and so as those prices come in, we'll get a better feel for what we're spending. But we spend a significant portion of that school nutrition budget on food, and so, you know, ingredients. And so as those come in, we'll get a better feel for it. It'll also depend, just like with the general fund, on their vacancy level. And so they improved drastically last year, I think, in their fill rate. And so if that holds, then, you know, but if it doesn't, then they'll save a little bit more.
Okay, my last question. At what point, traditionally, do we pull back on people's budgets? So we're looking at one number based on everything being, 100%, and making sure that everyone is fully funded. My boss, at some points during the year, he pulls my money back, usually around Q2.
So-
but at what point,
Oh.
it is, sadly. Yes, so, but at
Dan's
what
always-
point do we do that?
So they have spending deadlines.
Okay.
And so we don't necessarily go and grab it and pull it back, but they have to have put in all their purchase orders by like the first week of May. And so once that point comes in, then they're not allowed to order anymore at that point in time. And so it's not quite the same concept, but it's kind of similar. So they get cut off on their spending at that point in time.
And then what do we do with that?
Just drops to the
excess?
bottom line.
It just, okay.
It's part of that forecast, and so it just helps
That's how you
reduce
get
that
it down.
deficit.
Yes, Ms. Shelton.
Understood. Thank you.
And we sent out a cost containment memo to the campuses and the departments about that specifically. We look at furniture, we look at travel, and we've reduced budgets for this year again, like we did last year. But any savings, like Susie was saying, it drops to the bottom line.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, so you caught my attention when you said that there's a food services budget in the general fund.
Yeah, it's just small, there's two main things that are in there. Any charges that are unpaid at the end of the year, and this is a pretty small number. The Fed said, no, if somebody hasn't paid their meal charge, we're not gonna reimburse you for it. And then the other main thing that's in there are physicals. Physicals, right? Physicals. So as we're hiring staff, it's the physicals that we
For the staff that
we're
works
hiring.
in the
Yeah.
food
So
service.
so
Got
as
it.
you have a new
Okay.
hire, we send them out for a physical. Those are the
Gotcha.
two main pieces.
Okay.
Every
And then-
now and then, there's like, the other thing that they do that's usually pretty tiny is there are all these little bitty grants, and our department's great about always trying to get every penny that they can. And sometimes those grants say, well, you've got to contribute a little bit from the general fund for it. And so they'll have a match that's required, and it could be like $1,500 or something like that. So like one year it was produce. We were getting all this cool produce, and so we had to spend a little bit out of the general fund in order to get that bucket of money available to us in the food service fund. And, so when it's worth it, we definitely do that kind of thing too.
Okay, and one last question. In the years past, we had talked about how the food services budget is pretty much self-sufficient. And then you mentioned, and I know we talked about last year about needing to not have so much excess. So that leads me to the question about increasing the meal prices. I know it's minuscule, but.
So we're required. So, don't you love this? This is more federal regulation. So there's actually the Healthy Hunger-Free Kids Act of 2010 or so. It's been around for a while. Each year, the feds have done a great job at increasing their reimbursement rates for meals, okay? And so when they increase the reimbursement rate from year to year, they also make us go through and look, and there's a whole long calculation on what we're supposed to charge. And so we have to stay in compliance with that. And so as they increase, we also will have buckets that may have to increase too. And so that'll drive an increase when we're like, it's kind of funny because you're like, those years that you're like, I really have too much money here, and you're making me increase my price. But it's their requirement, because what would happen otherwise is that they would be funding more than what they intend to. So they're increasing that price, but they're expecting you to carry your share too. And so they don't want to end up someday being the only funding source for that fund.
I have a question. It wasn't mentioned, but I want to go back to the VATRE. So if we're pessimistic about the state doing its part, even though there's been a call out for a special session to deal with funding, but if that's not something that we're it's going to be reliable. I really want to, and I know there's because there's a timeline, I think, for the TRE. So I just wanted to ask, does that necessarily increase the tax rate? Because since we, as far as I understand it, typically have lowered the tax rate for the last 9 or 10 years. If you go out and ask for to put that on a ballot, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to increase the tax rate.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so Ms. Cox, I mean, we can do it tonight, but what I would say, because I know you all have mentioned it, and I just asked Mr. Byer, what we can do is put it on and really dive deep into that subject, because it is a complex component, and rather than trying to give you a short sort of 50,000-foot view sort of answer, it'd probably behoove us to bring the whole thing to you all and walk you through a VATRE, what it does, how you could maybe get where you're talking about, but understand the concept of it. Because that VATREs have changed over time. And so I think it's important that you all, especially as new trustees, really do understand that process in its entirety, rather than us giving you a quick snippet tonight. But we can do it if you'd like.
I think that's great. I want to learn that process. I just know there's a timeline, I think, that begins with an efficiency audit in July. So, and I know we recently did an efficiency audit, so, and forgive me if this isn't, I don't know if that
That's
applies.
a different one.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah,
I'm learning,
this
I'm
is a
learning.
very set, it's a
Okay.
very regimented process with very specific things that we have to do, so.
Okay, all right, well, thank you, I appreciate that.
Questions for Ms. Lackhorn?
Thank you. Everything got answered amongst that group over there. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Lackhorn.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Item number 10, Superintendent Comments.
Thank you, President Byer. Just two quick things tonight. We just found out today that we were recognized by the San Antonio Business Group on Health and Mayor's Fitness Council. We are a platinum achievement. We earned platinum achievement from the Healthy Workplace Recognition Program. This is for our wellness efforts on 6 different elements, including culture, health promotion, education, emotional, physical activity, nutrition, and value-based benefits and design. And then you all attended all those graduations with me, so I always like to try to pull some numbers. This year we graduated 3,851 students. They were offered $60 million in scholarships. This is a pretty cool stat. So our AVID students, 100% of them have either been accepted to college or are going to the military. And so that's great stuff. In fact, I believe that's a record, correct, for us in Northeast. So
The other important record is how many diplomas did we have to pull?
0. But it really was, I mean, our students this year did a fantastic job, both at graduation, but also with getting ready to graduate and go on to great things. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Micah. All right. Item 11, new business or possible board action. A, instruction and campus administration. 1, possible action regarding proposed compensation plan for 2024-2025. Mr. Jimenez. Oh, I'm sorry. We have people signed up to speak. Getting ahead of myself.
I think we have 4, actually. Is that where that was out?
No, we have 3. That's for the next one.
Okay. Number 4.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. I didn't think we'd ever get to this portion of the meeting. I'm Patsy Esterline, representing Northeast AFT. Thank you for recognizing the importance of keeping a strong health insurance program without increasing costs to employees. Last week, we spoke to you about pay raises of 3% for teachers and professionals, 4% for hourly, and a $1,500 retention supplement. Our request was to show where we should be in the discussions for a competitive pay raise. We are aware of the financial challenges. Nevertheless, the target should be there. Texas State Representative Steve Allison, who represents a portion of Northeast, called on the governor to announce a special session of the legislature to appropriate $5 billion for public schools. Since the state has a surplus of at least $20 billion, that shouldn't be much of a reach. That would begin to get us back where we should be. As trustees of the district, we ask that you join Representative Allison and pass a resolution supporting his request and send the resolution to the governor. Hopefully other school districts will join in. The other choice you have is to call for a TRE election and let the NEISD voters decide if they want to keep a strong NEISD or join with the governor in starving the district. These are difficult decisions to make. Please do whatever it takes to fight to keep high standards for NEISD. For now, we urge you to approve the maximum pay raise you can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 5.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. My name is Susan Card. I'm an ALE teacher at Ed White Middle School. I started working for the district 19 years ago, and I was only 39. But I began as a paraprofessional working with some of the most challenging and active students in the district. I have worked on 4 separate different campuses, and of course my last one being at Ed White. When I turned 50, and I was still a paraprofessional, I realized that there was no way I was going to be able to survive my golden years on the retirement that I was going to get as a paraprofessional. It wasn't going to happen. So I decided to take a leap of faith, and I went to college at 50. I got my degree and became a teacher. I knew that this was extremely challenging for someone my age at the time, and still is. I worked as a full-time district employee as well. It took me 5 years, but I did it. And I finally found my place in my home as an ALE teacher at Ed White. I remember what it was like to live paycheck to paycheck as a paraprofessional. And as a teacher, I receive more now, yes, but that was because we had the ESSER funding. But it's kind of gone now. And now I'm going to find myself living paycheck to paycheck again. At the end of each academic year, everyone gets more and more worn down. As a teacher, a thought came to mind. Why did I become a teacher? Then I remembered that one of the best things about being a teacher is that teaching matters and makes a difference, especially to the students. But if the teacher doesn't feel like they matter to the school board, then what's the point? From what I understand, there's ample money in the fund balance available, and many proposals have been made on how to compensate all employees. I have a few questions I would like the board members to think about as they make their decisions regarding the budget. How much do you value the teachers of the district? As teachers, we have high expectations for our students and even higher expectations for ourselves. What are your expectations for our district? Do you really know what makes the difference between the different districts here in San Antonio? It's how their employees are valued. So when you are thinking about the budget and about what you want to do, please think about how much you value all of your employees, certified and classified alike. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Number 9.
Good evening, Northeast SHAC School Board and Dr. Micah.
My name is Daniel Schroeder. I'm a bus mechanic for Northeast ISD. Obviously, I would fix the buses. I also fix all the other vehicles that roll around here. When I started here in 2018, we had 17 mechanics and 2 tire technicians. Now, about 6 years later, we have 11 mechanics and 1 tire tech, with 3 of the 11 scheduled to be retired in the next 12 months, putting us at a potential 50% staffing. On top of our short staffing, we're also routinely drafted to drive school buses due to other shortages in transportation. Personally, I have driven to all the campuses in the district over my driving career at NEISD. We've been losing a lot of our mechanics due to driving, and many of them also are finding out that they can make more money when they go to other governmental entities such as SAWS, CPS, and the City of San Antonio, and they don't have to drive. This also leads to another problem. The base pay at Northeast ISD is around $41,000 for a mechanic. In the job description, we are required to have $15,000 worth of tools, which is about 1/3 of our salary we have locked up in an asset. We're the only trade at Northeast ISD, and all the other districts included in the San Antonio area that provides their own tools. So to correct some of these problems, I would like Northeast ISD to target an increase of salary to move mechanics to Operation 7 in order to meet, over many years, the increase to get us competitive with other governmental entities in the metro area. Also, we currently are graciously given $12.50 of tool stipends a week. I would like that increased to $25 to help offset the $15,000 investment in tools that I'm required to have. Due to the shortage in staffing, we're having to contract a lot of this work out. So I know as the finance department, has to worry about financing, and you guys will be voting on that. Remember, a contractor is a business, so they're going to make a profit. When if I work on your vehicle or any of my coworkers, I'm just required to break even. So the use of contractors is often costing you guys more money than if you would have quality mechanics working for you who can just break even. Also, we are from subbing on McKinney-Vento routes. I realize that our fleet of buses is one of the oldest in the district. When we pull up to Alamo Stadium and find out that NEISD or Northside ISD and San Antonio have brand new buses with dealer plates, and we're driving 2009 and 2010 model year buses, meaning that usually the kids inside them are younger than the actual machine they're riding in. As anything,
That's your time.
Okay, well, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, President Byer, members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff and guests. Shiloh Whitten, Executive Director for Human Resources, will address this agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Menes. Good evening. Tonight, we present for your consideration and approval the 2024-2025 school year compensation plan. Our proposal includes the following. Maintain the current pay scale ranges. This is the minimum, midpoint, and maximum rates of pay for each pay grade classification. Maintain the starting base salary for our beginning year teachers and librarians with 0 years of experience at $57,000 and a maximum of $66,400 for new to the district teachers and librarians with 25 or more years of experience. Now, please note that's new to the district. We do have teachers that have more years that are earning more than that according to our ranges. For all returning employees, we are proposing that salaries will remain frozen at their current 2023-2024 pay rates. I want to provide some additional background information about one of the sections on the compensation plan. In 2019, the 86th legislature passed House Bill 3, which requires districts to provide higher compensation to classroom teachers who have more than 5 years of experience. To meet this requirement for the 2019-2020 school year and every year thereafter, NEISD adopted a tiered approach by providing an additional $600 to classroom teachers with 6 through 15 years of experience and an additional $1,200 to classroom teachers with 16 or more years of experience. As a result, returning classroom teachers who have completed 6 or 16 credible years of experience at the end of the current 2023-2024 school year will see a $600 increase to their annual salary as they move up to one of these tiers. I have confirmed with Ms. Lackhorn that is also reflected in the budget for those that will qualify. Additionally, the administration further recommends a one-time retention supplement for the first semester of the 2024-2025 school year. Full-time teachers and librarians would receive $917. All other eligible employees would receive a one-time supplement of 1.5% of their annualized pay grade midpoint with a minimum supplement payment of $375. In order to qualify, employees would have to have a hire date on or before October 1st of 2024. If implemented, qualified employees, including our Kids Involvement Network assistants, will receive a supplement in accordance with the terms that are outlined in the resolution presented. The supplement would be paid in November 2024 and conditioned upon a qualified employee being employed through the last day of the 2024 fall semester in good standing. Lastly, as part of House Bill 3, the 86th legislature created the Teacher Incentive Allotment, otherwise known as TIA, which allows districts to use state money to recruit, reward, and retain our highest performing teachers. In order to access these funds, our district submitted an application to the Texas Education Agency to develop and implement a local teacher designation system. The development and approval of a local designation plan is a multi-year process and includes not only the submission of a system application to the Texas Education Agency, or TEA, but also a data validation process through Texas Tech University. The local designation system had to be based at a minimum on teacher observation and student growth data for teachers in eligible teaching assignments. The 2023-2024 school year has been defined as our data capture year, and in the fall of 2024, we will submit our data to Texas Tech University to ensure it is valid and reliable. If our local designation plan is fully approved, the earliest the first designations could be awarded would be at the end of the 2025-2026 school year in accordance with our local designation plan. Teachers who meet the plan criteria may be designated as recognized, exemplary, or master, earning between $3,000 to $32,000 for up to 5 years. The amount is determined annually by the Texas Education Agency based on campus's rural status or socioeconomic need. For Northeast ISD, that translates to about 3,100 at the minimum and up to a maximum about 28,000. But again, that could vary year to year. In the event that the local designation system is not fully approved prior to the end of the 2024-2025 school year, teachers with TIA designations will be paid 90% of the funds received. The remaining 10% will be used for costs as permitted by the Texas Education Agency. Teachers with designations would be those who either earned a designation from another school district or who are deemed recognized based on holding national board certification. So in summary this evening, we propose the compensation plan, which would serve to freeze salaries at the 2023-2024 school rates, to provide a one-time retention supplement in November, and utilize possible teacher incentive allotment funds received for the 2024-2025 school year. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have regarding this item.
Thank you, Ms. Whitten. For any discussion, do I have a motion to approve the compensation plan for the 2024-2025 school year as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Byer. Discussion? Questions, discussion, Ms. Shelton?
I have a question about, it's not directly related to this, but one of the speakers made the statement that they're required to spend $15,000 on their tools. Is that something that they're required to do up front? How do we?
I would have to defer to the Facility Maintenance Department.
Is Mr. Harrison here?
Bill, do you want to come and speak to that?
Good evening.
Bill is our Executive Director for Transportation. I'm sorry. I wanted to make, I just realized, hey, there's some people here that have never met Bill.
Sure. It is in the job description up to, they could have to pay up to that. We provide them a toolbox, but the mechanics are expected to have their own tools. I've only been with the district 16 years. It's been that way even prior to that. And as I understand it, going way back,
the district did provide tools, but they weren't of the quality that a lot of the mechanics were coming to work for us with as a certified mechanic, for DOT stuff and everything. So for a lot of years, we do that. And then just, I think it was last year or 2 years ago, Dr. Micah approved and the board approved a stipend of $600 a year that they get. So it's $15,000 that they could be expected to pay. They probably all have at least $10,000 to $15,000 in tools, but it's over time.
Okay, thank you. And is that a best practice across other districts where?
I'm only familiar with one other district in San Antonio where they want the mechanics to bring their own tools. I think a lot of the other ones, they provide most of them for them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Thompson?
I just want to ensure, so the TIA funds, if approved, would be eligible for 24-25.
It would be based on our data that we're submitting for this year. So we've been collecting our data. It has to be submitted in the fall of 2024 to Texas Tech University. And then TA will review all of the teachers that are in those assignments that are eligible. And we won't receive the payments to issue to our teachers until the 24-25 school year at the end of that. So it would be either in June, July, or August that we would be receiving those funds and then paying them out to teachers.
Okay.
I wanted to read a statement from our colleague, Ms. Terry Chidgey, who is not able to be here. She asked that I provide this information in this item. Said, I feel it is important to restate that a raise is more advantageous for our current teachers' future salaries, their TRS retirement salaries, and our district's recruitment of future teachers. The retention is a one-time allotment and will not be given in future years. It will not be part of the TRS formula for their monthly retirement checks and will not be reflected in NEISD salaries when teachers are when we are attempting to hire in 2025-2026. Compare our salaries, we are already near the bottom of the salary scale, and if surrounding districts give raises and we don't, recruitment will be even harder. We would need to work hard to address the list of possible actions Ms. Lackhorn listed in her budget presentation last week, that'd be June 3rd, to create additional savings to pay for the raise in future years. Anyway, she wanted me to read that on the record, so. Are there questions, comments? Okay.
May I say something, Mr. Byer?
Absolutely.
I'm going to try to use the right words because some of the words I want to use I won't say on record. This has probably been the worst budget I've had to do as a superintendent because what I want to do and what we can do are so vastly different. There is no superintendent across this state that doesn't want to do a pay raise, including myself. The trepidation that I have going into this next year with a legislative session with so much that has changed is real. I'm watching across the state and I'm listening to some of my colleagues making decisions that make myself and Mr. Villarreal and Susie extremely nervous because I think they're playing a very risky game with their school district and their school district's future because what we did, and I think I said it to Mr. Villarreal today, if you go back and look at Susie's earlier presentation, we did $43 million last year. That was the largest we've done in 20 years. We kind of beat people to the deficit, quite frankly. Because back last year, I said, we got to do something and we have to make it meaningful, full well knowing we were going to take on a deficit. Full well knowing it, right? When you look at the last 5 years, over $105 million we've invested back into our employees. Whether that's through a pay raise, paying down their health insurance, or some type of retention supplement. What we did all the way through COVID was anytime that we saw money, Susie hated it because I said it's going to employees. Because she's like, well, we could use that to offset the deficit. And my response was, we're going to give it to our employees. At all of these different times, we listened to employees about timing. That's why Christmas time became the thing, is from listening to them about that's when they're feeling the most amount of pressure. And we release it in November because the first year, if I remember correctly, we did it in December. It was too late for our employees. Is that correct? So we listened and did it in November. I hate this budget. I really do. I hate this compensation package. But I want to remind everybody, I'm not just a superintendent, I'm a taxpayer in this school district. And if you'll look back in 2019, I was some article somewhere, I said, this isn't just a professional piece, this is personal because my own kids go here, right? My wife and I are going to, we're an empty nester now, but I promise you we're not moving anywhere. Recommendation is based on not just what my bean counter CFO is telling me, but it's also being a good steward of taxpayer dollars, because that's what I believe that I'm here to help and ascertain. Now look, it's not a great recommendation, and hopefully something will come through, but as I've said to my staff, hope isn't a strategy. It's just not. And again, we still have 2 more years to try to wrangle in a deficit. Because if help comes in January, I think it will be attached to some things that aren't so helpful, quite frankly. And I think that is the game, and I appreciate the one speaker this evening who said we need to get engaged. Representative Allison and I had long talks about that op-ed before he released it. I've appreciated Representative Allison's support over the years. I've always tried to support him. And so I appreciate him stepping out there. That unfortunately his argument has been used before. It hasn't gotten an action, and I'm not sure it's going to. I hope it does, but again, hope isn't a strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mike and Mrs. Landry.
Okay, so first statement, I don't want to walk away from here without something resolved. I don't want to be like the legislature and just leave everything hanging. But I also want to make sure that we're making our decisions based on the best possible thing for our employees and our taxpayers. With that being said, in last year, when we did the retention bonus in November, December, we also talked about a potential bonus at the end of the spring semester or somewhere in the spring semester. There were some things that happened that made that possible, and I don't remember exactly what it was that brought the extra funding in.
I think that's ADA. I think what we were looking at is whether attendance improved better than what we thought it was going to. You got to go to a mic, Susie.
Yeah, it had to do with the ADA.
My knee was stiffening up out there, I'm sorry. So we have done that contingent kind of proposal before that it was not this year, it was last year, that if attendance was better than what we had projected, then we would use that extra revenue for another one. And in that year, it didn't happen. Our attendance was like right along and in line with our projection. I think we also had a caveat for enrollment. So if enrollment had been significantly better or attendance had been significantly better, then we would have leveraged that funding for another retention, but it didn't materialize.
Okay, thank you for that. And one more question before you run away. So I know Ms. Chidgey had commented on the impact to the retirement savings program. and how much of a value that is to our employees, especially our teachers. Long term, what does it look like to give a 1% increase as a raise versus a 1.5% retention?
So that 1% increase is about $4.3 million in cost to the general fund, whereas a 1% retention is about $4 million. The big differential from the district's budget is that that $4.3 million is ongoing. And so you will be required to give it every year on out if you give it as a raise.
And the difference is the TRS that the district has to contribute for that.
So the
Right,
same, so like I was saying,
300,000-ish.
yeah, so as I was saying earlier, it also applies on the other side. Let me give you just a short TRS summary. Once you're eligible, TRS will take your 5 highest years of salary and average them together. And then they take the years of service you've done, multiply it by 2.3, and whatever that percentage is, 2.3 times 20 years is 40%. So 40% times your averaged 5 years highest salary then becomes your annuity. So Ms. Chidgey's point is that these retentions don't meet TRS's qualifications to count in those 5 highest. On the flip side, since employees it's not counting towards that, they also don't get the deduction because they have to contribute 8.9%. 8.9% from each check and pay it to TRS basically. And so when we do a retention, they no longer have to contribute that 8.9% to TRS since it's not eligible. So it saves us money because we have not quite a match. It saves them cash, but it doesn't count in their 5 highest years to average into their annuity calculation. Clear as mud?
No, that makes total sense. But the 8.9% is on the extra 1,000 per year, right? So it's roughly, what is that?
So basically, if we give $917 as a retention, then they don't have to get 8.9% deducted out. They get to keep that 8.9%.
They still pay the 8.9 on the rest of their salary.
Yep.
It's just the 8.9 on the 917.
Yeah. So if we added 900 to their salary, then they'd get the 900 less the 8.9%. It would be less.
Okay. But in the long run, retirement.
So again, it would be averaged out over 5 years. So you'd be taking that, whatever that number would be, and dividing it by 5, and that would be the impact to their retirement once they were eligible. If it was in a year, that was one of their 5 highest years.
Because what it is, so take a person that works 30 years, it's going to be multiplied by 2.3, it's going to be 69%. So they're going to get 69% of that $600 basically into the, if it counts as their high
600
5.
divided by 5.
Right. Because you're not going to get your full retirement. You're going to get a portion of it. And now, the longer you work in TRS, the higher that percentage becomes. Because each year you get another 2.3%. That's how it's calculated. And that's if you hit the rule of 80. Now, if you hit the rule of 85, that's different. And then there's the rule of 90. So TRS has made those changes over time. It all depends on where you fall.
Ms. Thompson?
I just want to say this because when these options came across, the teacher in me, was very divided. And so I just reached out to my personal network of friends, or teacher friends, actually. They're not just friends, they're teachers. And overwhelmingly, they just wanted cash now. I was really surprised at that answer and explaining to them that this doesn't count towards your TRS. And I had a few of them say, I'll come back to you and let you know, and me thinking that they were going and doing research perhaps. They just wanted cash now.
Any further questions, comments, Ms. Landry?
I do want to say that I am grateful that we're talking about a raise or retention bonus instead of pulling away from our staff. So I'm grateful that that's where we're at. But Dr. Micah, I know you focus really hard on this, and I just want to hear you say, we're as lean as we can be.
We're not as lean as we're going to have to be. That's the piece that I talked about last year at this time, and I said it last week, is that to the person who afterwards said, oh, thank you so much for the raise, you know, and I said, I hope you'll enjoy that as much as when we have to start making cuts. This year's been tough. Some of you lived through I talked about it, the dual language. Promise y'all, we're going to have to keep going because we're still running a deficit. And every time we inflate that deficit, that just means we're going to have to find cost savings elsewhere. I think, I don't know if Susie did this on purpose or not, but she focused a lot on it's in people. That's that piece last week that I said, y'all, we're trying really hard to not impact our campuses as much. And you saw their piece. I mean, we're projecting. Look, when she showed that slide of our overhead cost, you're the cheapest run district in Bexar County. That was all 16 of us. We're the cheapest run. And we're getting cheaper. In fact, we just talked today. I mean, we are trying to make as many cuts as we can, but it's tough. It's hard. The analogy I use is, so I just started my doctorate, had just refinanced our house, and I was an elementary assistant principal. All right? Then magically my wife got pregnant. Okay? Yeah, it wasn't magic. There's a class for that. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's good, Miss Landry. You're here all night, right? So, you know, and my wife kept saying, I'm going back to work. I'm going back to work. And a month before she was supposed to go back to work, she walked into a room with this precious little baby with tears streaming down her face and says, I am not leaving our child. Like, that's not happening. And so for the next 7 years, you know, we made, and it was rough. Like, it was the best 7 years, and I never regret that decision. Having my wife at home with our kids until they got into school was amazing. But it was tough. You know what wasn't tough? 7 years later when she went back to work. That was the easiest thing ever because it was more, it wasn't less, right? It's the pits when you're having to try to do less or have less. And that's what we're in. I talked to a superintendent recently who retired, and he made a comment, something about, oh, that we have a surplus. And I said, no, we're cutting. He goes, ooh, I did that once in a district. I swore I'd never go to another one like that because how difficult it is. Because it's always hard when you're restricting rather than contracting.
Mr. Chair, can I call the question?
Yes.
I call the question.
Thank you. There is a motion on the table and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you, Ms. Whitten, for that. Item number 2, possible action regarding leave for academic preparation. Mr. Jimenez.
President Byer and all, Ms. Whitten will also address this agenda item.
Thank you. Tonight, we bring you an agenda item for leave for advanced academic preparation. This is based on Board Policy DEC Local, which permits an employee who has completed at least 2 consecutive years with our district the ability to request a 1-year unpaid leave of absence for advanced academic preparation. Tonight, we present this request from an employee who does meet the years of experience and minimum graduation program requirements. If approved, the employee will be required to notify the HR department by March 1st of 2025 of their intent to return to their position in the district for the 2025-2026 school year. After completion of the leave, the employee shall be assigned to the same campus provided a vacancy is available in an area for which the employee is certified. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have regarding this item.
All right, do I have a motion to approve the applicant for a 1-year unpaid leave of absence for advanced academic preparation?
I so move.
Thank you, Ms. Shelton. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Landry. Any discussion? No discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 6-0. Item number 3. Where am I? There we go. Possible action regarding school district teaching permit. Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, Mr. Byer. Ms. Wooden will also address this item.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. The district currently has 2 openings for high school athletic trainers who will also be assigned to teach 1 or more of the Texas State Athletic Trainers Association, or TSATA, Innovative Course Sports Medicine 1, 2, or 3. In order to qualify for the assignment, the individual must be 1, a licensed athletic trainer by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation, 2, have completed the Texas State Athletic Trainers Association Sports Medicine Instructors Curriculum course, 3, hold the TSATA Sports Medicine Instructor Certificate, and hold a valid Texas secondary certification. Over the past several years, our district has had challenge in finding qualified candidates who meet both the athletic trainer licensure and the teacher certification requirements. The Texas Education Agency recognizes that districts need certification flexibility due to staffing shortages and provides a school district board of trustees the option to issue a school district teacher permit in these cases. To be on a school district teaching permit, an individual's qualifications must include demonstrated subject matter expertise, such as professional work experience, formal training and education, active professional relevant instructor licensure certification. We currently have 2 candidates based on these 2 openings who we have reviewed who meet the qualifications to be placed on a school district teaching permit. We have presented this in the past to our board, and we would like to again present this recommendation to you to approve issuing school district teaching permits for these 2 candidates. The permit will only be applicable to these individuals while they are teaching sports medicine 1, 2, or 3. If this recommendation is approved, the district will evaluate the ongoing needs of the district to determine if teacher certification is needed in future years. And I'm also happy to answer any questions you have regarding this item.
Thank you, Ms. Whitten. Do I have a motion to approve the requested school district teaching permits for athletic trainer candidates who do not hold a valid secondary certification but will be assigned to teach only sports medicine 1, 2, or 3?
So moved.
Thank you, Mrs. Landry. Do I have a second?
A second.
Thank you, Mrs. Cox. Any discussion, questions? Ms. Shelton?
Have we done this before? I heard you say you presented it to us before.
Yes, I'm sorry, not while you've been a sitting board member, but yes, in past school years, we have presented this to seek board approval in these cases.
And was it approved in previous cases?
Yes. We have had 6 individuals over the last few years that we have presented for approval.
And so they're not a licensed teacher, but they are qualified to teach physical education and
Sports medicine.
and sports medicine?
It's sports medicine only. That's the only course these individuals will be teaching. The alternative for individuals, if we don't have this, is that they would have to go through an alt-cert program to earn potentially PE or health. That's most commonly an area of certification they would be pursuing, but it becomes a challenge because you have to have so many periods that you teach those classes.
Right.
And so this has been the avenue that we've sought when we have them only teaching sports medicine.
Okay, I guess, so my real question is, they have a background in sports medicine?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Yes, they hold the qualifications that are required under TEA to be qualified for this assignment. Yes, ma'am.
And I think the first time we did this was probably 3 years ago, roughly.
Yes, sir, approximately that
We
time
did
frame.
a few that year, a couple last year.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. Thompson?
Is this person paid like a certified teacher would be paid, or how are they paid?
Yes, they are placed on our teacher salary scales because they are teaching at least 4 classes. I mean, sometimes it's 1 or more, but they're also in the classrooms with the coaches, oftentimes supporting them during athletic periods. But we do pay them according to the teacher salary ranges.
And they are paying into TRS?
Yes.
Well?
All of our regular employees pay into TRS.
Will these people ever seek certification?
So we will evaluate over time if we ever need them to obtain certification, but at present they wouldn't be working to obtain certification as long as they're only teaching the sports medicine classes.
Okay.
But if we determine that based on staffing, they need to go and pursue certification, then we would make them aware of that requirement within a certain time frame.
Okay, thank you.
And that actually brings up a good point. Of the ones that we've approved, do we know if any of those have reached certification at this point?
I don't presently know that offhand, sir, but we can obtain that information if needed.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 4, discussion and possible action regarding NEISD library materials update, and we have 5 people signed up to speak. Yep.
Number 1.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. My name is Deborah Parrish. I was here on May 13th. The first sentence of an excerpt read at that meeting literally made me think I was going to throw up. And because of that, I left the room. I was horrified, shocked, whatever you want to say, and that was the first sentence, and I didn't hear the rest of it, that excerpt or any of the others. If there is truly any book anywhere on any NEISD property containing that excerpt or any similar language, it should be removed yesterday. Our world is already in a mess. Our students don't need to be introduced to more mess. If volunteers are needed to read books being considered for library adoptions, I would be happy and willing to volunteer to be one of those readers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 2.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Micah, and executive staff and guests. I don't have any titles, I don't have any degrees, but I am a mother and a grandmother, and I'm proud of it.
Do you mind stating your name for the record, please?
I can't hear you.
Do you mind stating your name for the record?
Betty Martinez
Thank you.
Rivera. I'm not judging, but I am admonishing, and there is a big difference. I am just a mother. I may not be able to do anything about this, but I am a child of God, and I do pray for divine justice to prevail. So if any of you have a fear of God, I would strongly recommend you listen and be forewarned. I know pornographic books are being made available to innocent children, and they have been embedded in this district libraries for years. This is not a new problem. This source, the culprit of the problem, lies with each and every authority in this district office. Just remember, each one of you has children, grandchildren, or knows of a child. By not putting a stop to this harm perpetuated at our children, it's a sin. to define sin in the event any among you is not aware is to miss the mark. By mark, I mean making it into paradise. To choose to continue to sit on your hands and not put a stop to this atrocity reeks of demonic intentions, to destroy a child's innocent soul. You may think you have power and think we are fools, but when you go before the Lord, when you meet your Maker, you cannot claim ignorance. You will wish you had another chance, but the Lord says, vengeance is mine. He also says in Luke 17:2, it would be better to be thrown into the sea with a millstone hung around your neck than to cause one of these little ones to fall into sin. I will end with this. So when one of your offspring takes the wrong turn, the wrong path, or some calamity befalls you, don't ask yourself, what did I do to deserve this? Ask yourself, what did I not do? And I promise you that with the voucher system coming, and it will come, there's going to be a huge mass exodus if all these filthy books are not taken out of schools.
That's your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 7.
Good evening, Board. My name's Rich Behrens. I have paid taxes the last 23 years for NEISD. My kids went to Reagan. I'm a retired Army colonel, combat veteran, and retired counselor from mainly NEISD. Roman Catholic, that is who I am. My culture, beliefs, and my moral compass come from my church's more than 2,000-year history. Marriage is between a man and a woman. Homosexuality is a sin, and pornography is wrong. My children know their faith. What right has any school to say that my church is wrong? What right does any school to take our hard-earned taxes and spend them on books that are contrary to our faith and our culture? What right does a teacher have in their inherent authority to mock my faith, to say that gender is a choice, that gay marriage is the same as marriage between a man and a woman? 2 billion Catholics in the world, 25% of Americans are Catholic. A great majority of those in the awesome city of San Antonio, which was founded with the 5 missions in 1718 and given its name by a Catholic priest. You have a book where 2 10-year-old boys suck each other's you-know-what. Do you have one where a boy and a girl do the same? Do you? Why not? Because it's wrong. No school has the right to preach against God's law. On 17 June 1963, prayer and God was taken out of schools. Teachers are not allowed to talk about God, and yet you allow them to voice support of perversion and sin. We are in a spiritual battle where you board members will be held accountable. Matthew 18:6, but whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to sin, it is better for him that a heavy millstone be hung around his neck and he be drowned in the depths of the sea. Education is driven by TEKS. What TEKS support gay and trans books in our schools? We should be able to send our kids to school to get an education, not to be indoctrinated with liberal, woke, anti-God perversity. That is why parents are pulling their kids from public school. They do not wish to send their kids to a school that will alienate them for believing in God, for trying to follow God. It is a sad day when the great state of Texas has joined the ranks of those who are against God and say, do what makes you happy instead of what makes you holy. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you.
Number 10.
We had one of Yeah. Sorry.
Number 8.
Good evening. My name is Diana Parker, and I have 2 children. One is in NEISD, and one is in a private Christian school. I hear at every board meeting about the intruder detection audit, and I see the commitment Northeast has to keeping campuses secure from outside threats. But what has Northeast done to address the threat to our children that exists inside the school libraries? Apparently, our innocent children are surrounded by harmful, sexually explicit material every day in the libraries and on electronic book catalogs in Northeast schools. What is Northeast doing to protect the hearts, minds, and souls of our precious children? When I reached out to board members with my concerns, more than one board member expressed displeasure at how the district looked when concerned community members exposed these books. Yes, the board members seemed more concerned with the optics of the district than with the harmful filth surrounding our children. This reaction is appalling. The truth is that if the books had been addressed correctly when they were previously brought to the district's attention, people wouldn't have felt the need to read from them at the board meeting. I am secure in the knowledge that my child's private school would never have such books available for our children. Because of this, the private school is ultimately doing a better job at educating my child. I'd like to share a quote from Superintendent Chris Ragsdale of Cobb County Schools. Anyone working in education who knowingly provides students with access to sexually explicit material should not be in a position of educating other parents' children. This situation is about right and wrong, good and evil. The sexualization of children can never be allowed. There is no middle ground. You're either in favor of providing inappropriate material to children or you are against it. I assure you, I am against it and I will not be moved. End quote. I pray in Jesus' name that this district takes swift action to remove every single one of these abhorrent books from the libraries and from the electronic catalogs. Believe me, your failure to act in this matter will lead to an even bigger mass exodus of families from this district. Northeast needs to do better to protect our children in every way, not just their physical safety. Please, make a commitment to protect the children's hearts, minds, and souls. Our children deserve it, and as their parents, we demand it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 10.
We have number 10. All right. Sorry, I lost my place. Where am I here? Do I have a motion to, nope, sorry. I'm discussing possible action regarding NEISD library materials update. Mr. Jarrett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask Dr. Esmeralda Munoz to come forward for this agenda item.
Good evening, members of the board. Tonight, we're going to give you a library materials update as requested in our last board meeting. Tonight, I also have our Director of Library Services, Ms. Teresa Sanchez, who's here to answer any questions that you all may have as well. Tonight, we will cover the Texas Penal Code, the updates that have come by from House Bill 900. We also have the background as far as what we have done from 2021 to our present time. We also have goal setting for 24-25 as well as next steps that are in the process. So as of right now, just to kind of give some context as far as how many ebooks and how many print books we have across our libraries, we have a little over 700,000 books that are available for checkout through our library collections. As part of some of the revisions that we've made, Library Services manages the submission, receiving, and processing of book orders to support House Bill 900, in addition to having the librarians at the campuses vet those resources. So as a total of our 23-24, how many books throughout our libraries have been checked out, elementary, middle, and high? We have a little over 800,000 checkouts that occurred this last year. So 2021 through present, we began revisiting the library purpose when we started to set the stage for our 2022 March board meeting with the updates to the Penal Code. There was also Text Education Code that had come up under instructional materials. We had to ensure that we were still providing the physical intellectual access to information. We wanted to make sure that librarians were still teachers. They were providing that support for STAR resources, amongst other duties that are provided throughout the campus. campus, and then also making sure that they were providing instructional resources that were suitable for all students within those grade levels, and then maintaining and providing materials that are for the purpose of students gaining that access for a multitude of ideas and viewpoints. That was also in reference to their communities and what their communities had requested that be available through their libraries. In addition to that, fast forward to 2023, September 1, House Bill 900 became effective and indicates the following, which is specific that restricting explicit material was to be done throughout our libraries. The library standards also defined in a much, I guess, specific way what sexually explicit material was. Previously, there was much more of a vague or general definition when it came to that. Then, with this particular standard that came through House Bill 900, it was much more well-defined, and then it lent itself to House Bill 900 requirements when it came to the rating system that was coming from those publishers and those organizations that were publishing these materials. And they expected, as listed there, that no later than April 1st, 2024, that they were going to provide a rating system for those books. Much like a rating system goes on a movie or on a video game, publishers were going to do the same for books. Unfortunately, due to an injunction, that's been delayed. And all of that has come back to, once again, the school districts doing what we have to do to be able to ensure that we abide by both House Bill, Texas Education Code, and law. So really, really quick, I'm going to just kind of reference the colors around the boxes with the dates and the months that are provided here. Anything that's in red has already been done and is either it began at that time or it was restructured from that time to the present, or it's actually it began around that time and is still ongoing. So back in May and August of 2021, we began to instruct librarians to access library professional journals to review those books through multiple resources, not just one. It was Tidal Wave, Teaching Books, EBSCO. Those are just a few, and that's where they would actually look for those particular tags and those reviews from other resources. By October 2021, we're also providing librarians with initial updates to the Texas Penal Code that were still ongoing. That was much more specific information that we were bringing to them. Then fast forward to November 2021, we then came across a Krause book list. We provided that in addition to that review so that way they could be able to vet their libraries to ensure if they had any of those books that they were of any concern that they could vet those resources as well. We also began the opt-out development system for parents to be able to opt their child out of access to materials that were of an older audience to limit their access to various materials as well. By December 2021, we also informed principals of the updates to these policies and what needed to be done from the campus level, the processes and educating them on the penal code. By 2022 of January, we also revisited and redesigned our library advisory committees, which is our CLAC, which is for our campus, and then our DLAC, which is for our district. So if there ever is a challenge, they formally present that to the campus. At that particular level, if there is an appeal, it goes to the district level committee, and then eventually if there is an additional appeal, then it comes to the board to make that final decision. By February 2022, we updated the collection development policy to be able to provide that feedback. We also included feedback from librarians to be able to say what exactly should be done in developing the continuous development of their collection. And then by 2022 of March, we were also presenting to you, stating very specifically the purpose and the intent of the new law, and then how we were going to adhere to those components throughout upcoming years. By April 2022, we also had created a reconsideration flow chart so that way, if in case there was any type of material that was up for reconsideration based on a concern that was presented to the campus and then eventually to the district, then we were able to provide that flow chart for easy access for our librarians. And then we started to create a timeline. By May 2022, we had a weeding timeline. So that was based on the Dewey Decimal System to be able to consolidate some of those particular resources so that way they were looking at multiple components. They were looking at age, they were looking at content, they were looking at all of the vetting cycle that was provided through that guidance. By 2022 of July, we were also establishing a new process for campus purchases. We actually moved purchasing and processing to go through our library services department here in our district to alleviate some of the load that some of the librarians were having to do by receiving books, processing books, inputting books into their own catalog in their system. That was actually taken back to our library services department, a team of, I believe, 4 people for the entire district to be able to alleviate that load. And then once we processed, once we also had an additional vetting system, we would then go through and highlight any concerns or areas of concerns for the librarians to review, and then we would send those books out. By September 2022, we had continuous professional development. That was, again, almost happening on a monthly basis, reviewing opt-out procedures. We had Q&A with our district attorney. We had book order exception forms at that time because, the development of House Bill 900 was not fully pushed through. So we were still in the process of trying to interpret what law was telling us, and then the framework we had to develop and the guidance we had to develop for our librarians to follow, and creating an exception form so that way they were still cognizant of what their community or their campus needs were, and they were still able to justify any future purchases for their library. If you go into November 2022, by that point, we were also looking at continuously reviewing, because there were changes to the law, the material processing form that was used, especially for outside vendors. We wanted to make sure that we had specific clarification for older audience because we had the opt-out form available for parents. But then again, that moving into 2023, we had to revise our flow chart. We updated the librarians on the opt-out procedures. And by March of 2023, again, we had to present a Q&A opportunity for our librarians with our attorney because of the upcoming changes that were coming through. We were specifying very, very specifically for our librarians to look for mature tags, reviewing mature tags, specifically middle school and high school, to be able to look at those other platforms to give them that additional guidance. By 2023 of June, the Reader Act came into fruition, and so it was signed into law, and that was an official update by our attorney as a legal update for our librarians, specifically stating what was part of that law. When we go into the Reader Act, it is very, very explicit as far as what is allowed and not allowed, and it became effective September 1st of 2023. At that particular point, we reminded librarians to continue reviewing in October. We specified those components through House Bill 900. In November, we also provided additional guidance on how to locate possible books of concern. So any blogs that were coming through, any lists that were coming through, any items of concern that were coming through that were being vetted directly by our library services department was getting sent over to our librarians for review. And then in addition to that, fast forward to January 2024, our materials processing form then allied to those district procedures and those the specific items that were listed under the Texas Penal Code and House Bill 900. Again, in January 2024, we received mandatory collection development standards by the State Board of Education. So again, it was transitioning and it was changing to become much more explicit and precise. House Bill 900, again, going into April 2024, which is what I had mentioned before, actually paused the requirement for those publishers to rate these books. So we were still tasked with having to go through and vet on previous notion and then now vetting on very specific rule and regulation. So in May 2024 at our board meeting, there were still some books that were being identified and they were reviewed and removed based on House Bill 900 law. And then also by June 2024, we are still consistently asking librarians to review books with mature themes and then that priority for weeding before libraries open next year. So one of the things that we did to add on to this, because of the fact that we do have a large number of books, both electronic and physical copies in our libraries, we still ask that our community partner with us through the Transparency in Libraries component. So we are actually going to push this out very, very soon. It is a link that is directly aligned to all of these components, but our community would actually be able to go in and say, I have a concern about this particular book. and they would specifically cite what the student brought home, what concerns they had, and then that would get pushed out to the librarian along with our library department, and then we would help support that. Making sure that they are submitting those book concerns, if there's anything that needs to be weeded. Again, learning about the opt-out opportunities that our parents have for their students. And then the past book challenges that were actually challenges that came through that actually came to a solution, whether it was removing it from the shelf or whether it was moving it to a different level. Those are also published or publicized in our district webpage. So it is See Something, Say Something. It is a direct link, and that is where somebody would actually go in and type in their concern. So to date, we have over 29,000 library materials that have been evaluated and that have been weeded based on this specific criteria. And like I mentioned before, from the start of this entire process to where we are at now, the law has continued to get much more specific. So it was the librarians going back and actually looking at what they vetted before, seeing the guidelines that they had before, and then maybe potentially having to vet those materials again and go through this entire process again because the law kept getting more specific. That, in addition to the fact that we do have libraries that do not have librarians right now, they have had vacancies since October. They are helping support the elementary campuses through stations and through special rotations. They are substitutes if they are requested to sub for a class. There are a lot of components that go into just being, it's not just being a librarian, there's so many things that are tied to that, in addition to now following a law and vetting those resources as listed through House Bill and through law. So next steps, we are going to continuously communicate as we have been for every single month, as we have listed with very specific processes for our librarians and our campus leaders as well, so that they support their librarians as they go through this process. We are going to send updates, reminders, monthly professional development on what to do, how to do it, especially for the onboarding of our new librarians who may not have experience with this particular type of process. And then we're also going to provide librarians additional time during monthly trainings to discuss weeding, so that way there is a consistency amongst different clusters from across our district. So that pretty much sums up everything from start to finish back from 2021 to now. And we would like to take any questions that you all may have. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Hang on one second. Thank you, Dr. Munoz. Do I have a motion to approve the library materials process as presented?
So move.
Thank you, Ms. Shelton. Do I have a second?
I have a
Second.
question before we take a vote, because I need to make sure.
I have a second. All right, discussion items.
Okay. I was horrified when I heard that. And matter of fact, that little clip regretfully, went viral. Okay, that's not the kind of thing that we want reflected. What can we do? Is there a book list? Is there, these offending books? I did not realize how widespread this was because, to have taxpayers actually pay for pornographic material, that is revolting. And it's not anything that can't happen again. And what I'm looking at is we're saying, well, we're going to go to the community. We're going to make sure that they know that they have a voice in this and all the rest. That's great. But what do we do if a book like that inadvertently ends up in a child's hands? Now we have, potentially harmed that child because that book should never have been accessible in the beginning or at all. So what do we do? I'm concerned. Are there lists of books? Is there something, how can we get our hands on it to make sure that we've, gotten these things out of the libraries? Because they shouldn't be there. We're an education system. We're not here to promote smut. So what can we do? Is there a list of books? Because I know I gave Dr. Micah, somebody supplied me with some, but I don't think that is the extent of it. So what do we do? Where do we get these, this list?
So, if I may, thank you, Ms. Villarreal. So those lists that you provided us are very helpful. So many of the books that have come forward are books that was ordered from 1985 to 1993 to 1991. So these are books that are already been purchased and have been in our libraries since I was in high school. Yes, that long ago. So our first priority was making sure that we had a process that when new books are purchased with taxpayer dollars to date, that we're vetting those books thoroughly and making sure they don't violate the law or the procedures that's been granted to us. While we're doing that, we're also creating process and systems to allow us time to go through the process of vetting older books and making sure that we're not eliminating books for viewpoint, but truly eliminating books because they're violating the law. So we're having to strike a balance between trying to go through this process in an expeditious way, but we also want to make sure we're doing it in a responsible way. And so this process that we created is by asking others to say, if you see something that is sexually explicit, let us know. We will be happy to look at that. We will be happy to do something about that because we don't want sexually explicit materials in the hands of our students. But that process requires all of us, just like the door audits. See something, say something, and we'll gladly investigate and make sure the right books are on the shelf for our kiddos.
Is there, but one of the speakers talked about how she would be willing to come in and, vet these books. Do we have a committee like this where they can sit around like a book club and make sure and, mark things out and, and then bring it to our attention? Is there something that we can do like that?
Just recently, one of the things that we've done is Ms. Sanchez met with all the librarians, and we asked all the mature themed books, regardless of what they are, to be reviewed at this time. So that was priority number one. So when they labeled them, some of these things are embedded and then they're buried a little bit, but we asked them to check 2 reviews, check the books to make sure there's not sexually explicit. Then we go by themes to try to make sure that those themes are appropriate to be on the show and don't have sexually explicit material. As far as your question to ask, should we have a team of people doing it? Perhaps, but we also got to make sure we're being responsible and following the rules of libraries so we don't have any books being removed based on viewpoint, because that's also against the law. So we're having to strike a balance of making sure that we're making decisions that are sound for both sides of the perspectives.
That's understandable. What I heard here was.
I have a question to that vein, Dr. Jarrett or Dr.
Munoz.
Or Dr. Munoz. Is it a manual process, or are we able to use some kind of automation to review and have those lists overlapping each other?
So through that, through the platforms that we listed there, which are just a few, basically like when a doctoral student is doing research, they use peer-reviewed articles and they go through multiple facets to say, this is my opinion or this is something that I want to prove, and I look for multiple resources that would say the same thing. So we essentially say, here's a list, but that's just the first step. Once they receive the list, then they have to go through multiple platforms to see if those tags of mature themes are also there. Then they have to actually go through the physical book to be able to see if they see some of those topics. And I believe that Terry can also explain a little bit about the summary section of the platform, where the summary section of the actual platform does give a brief summary with some sort of content that could potentially be there that a librarian should be able to vet. So that's prior to, yes, this is prior to actually physically touching the book. They are actually looking through multiple platforms to see what exact tags are tied to that particular title. Because like Mr. Jarrett said, we can't do anything on viewpoint. It has to be very, very much connected to what's specifically listed in the law now. And so if that is listed and it does maintain that particular or specific description, then they are within their right to be able to remove that book from the shelf because it's not appropriate based on the law.
Is there an opportunity, and this may not be the forum, but is there an opportunity for us to help automate that with, I'm thinking this is a great generative AI project or machine learning to help layer those platforms and the things that they're looking at to support our librarians by reducing some of the time they're having to go through those systems?
We just have to be very careful.
Got it.
Because of the fact that what one, let's just say AI resource would give us may not be
got it.
Factual.
Yeah.
And so it may go against what is actually on the platforms that we purchase as a district that are actually tied to the law.
Okay.
So that may be a difference of now I'm looking through 17 different platforms to get one final answer, and now it's conflicting evidence.
Then I'll pull that back.
I'm sorry about that.
That's not as great of an idea as I thought it was. Sorry about that. I had two other questions, if that's okay.
Yes, absolutely.
How many books do we purchase annually?
So that I will turn over to Ms. Sanchez. Rough estimate. Rough estimate.
Rough estimate. So every year, of course, the book budgets will vary. A good estimate, just as we have weeded about 29,000, I would say we probably add between 30 and 50,000 a year. But that will vary, of course, based on annual budgets. This year, we were lucky to receive some extra Title I funds and helped our Title I schools. So over 31 of them received loads of new books. So we were really excited to increase their collections.
I would love to understand, and this may not be the time, but our process of choosing our 50,000 books. Like I go by, was it John Grisham? Is it Tony? You know, like I go by author or by theme, but 50,000 is a lot of books.
So our number one priority is going to be to support the curriculum.
Okay, got it. Perfect. Thank you.
May I just say something real quick? I know that you've got some questions. Look, y'all, you're all hitting upon exactly why House Bill 900 was passed, and you're going to see it again this legislative session. Because what we're asking librarians to do is a very heavy lift. This isn't popular with all groups, but that's whatever. I supported House Bill 900. Went to Austin and told them, you should create a labeling system because it lends itself to taking the burden off of a librarian and just being able to go through it. We label music, video games, TV, movies. Just put a label on it so that it's consistent, so that we're doing what we need to be doing. Because right now, it's like playing whack-a-mole. And we get these books over here, because I'll remind, because most of you, except Mr. Byer, was the only one on the board at the time. You know, when that list came out, it was extremely controversial. And while people started screaming, you know, people being school people, saying, oh, we don't have those type of books, we said, hey, you know what, you might be right, let's take a look, right? We've been continuing to kind of go through, but as one thing kind of comes and we get a hold of it, something else is bubbling up. And so that's why we keep saying, you know, see something, say something, help us get these things taken care of. We're going to move them up. If you've seen it, hey, let us know. If there's a list floating around, send it to us. We'll be happy to take a look. Like, if anything, we have never been indifferent to this at all. We just continue to try to do it while competing with two different laws and trying to make certain that in no way do we ever end up in a courtroom trying to defend something for, i.e., it's breaking House Bill 900, or we've now viewpoint discriminated and we've got that. So this is what we're wrestling with and trying to grab a hold. So, you know, in this legislative session coming up, I'll be up in Austin again and I'll be talking to them ahead of time about how they can do some things. Because I've heard lots about this law is going to come back in a new iteration because they realize in some respects it was a bad bill. I'm sorry, I'm done.
I think Ms. Cox had a few questions, and then Ms. Landry.
Oh, just clarification, the opt-out process that's done through Skyward.
Yes. So last year we actually released a video on, it was a how-to for parents to be able to log into their student's profile to opt out their child from any titles that were for an older audience. So we have to revisit that again because some of the content that pertain to an older audience may not actually be applicable now based on this new passing of this law from September 1, 2023. So they're having to revisit that before we can move forward. We are going to release an opt-out, definitely, so that way the parent has total control. So that will be linked. So whenever a student does check something out, we'll be able to say, oh, well, this one you cannot have access to based on parental permission. Ultimately, like I said, the older audience criteria is going to have to get much more focused and more strict because it has to align to those new, like Dr. Micah had mentioned, those two laws that are, they're kind of like coexisting, but there are components of it that we have to be careful that we don't get caught up in the censorship piece.
And we also allow the parents to review their children's checkout history. So that way they can also monitor what their kiddos are reading and looking at.
Can I ask just one more question?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're being so patient, and I appreciate you so much. Absolutely. Okay, we have the opt-out program. Now let's say we just we don't know that there's a book in the library that is a problem. And this kiddo gets a hold of that book, takes it home to mom and dad, they've opted out, okay? And they look over little Johnny's, shoulder and they see what's in that book. What position does that put us in?
We can only do our best effort to protect our children. We have kiddos, unfortunately, sometimes will have a laptop that was in their classroom, a Chromebook, and that Chromebook accidentally ends up at home too. And so we can't control every story that's created during the school day, but we can put as many bumper guards and parameters in place to protect our children. And that's kind of what we're trying to do. Nothing is perfect, and I will admit that, but we're making our best effort to make it as perfect as it can be.
Mrs. Landry?
Okay, so it makes me feel a little bit better to know that those books have been around a while. And we talked a lot about preventing or removing the books that are in our possession. What do we have in place to ensure that the books that come in meet the criteria? And is there a publisher, a supplier that is known for doing this, providing those books? You buy this one, you get that one, kind of thing. And how do we become more proactive at protecting our kids than reactive?
So that's essentially what the library services team has done. They've tried their very best and almost potentially even protect the librarian from inadvertently ordering the wrong title or the wrong age bracket for this particular title. Because sometimes they'll order a book and they all have the same title, and one has material in it that's not appropriate, and that's a different age bracket, and then they wanted the one that was for elementary, and they accidentally would end up with the wrong title, putting it on their shelf. So what we're trying to do, and what they have done a really, really good job here at our district office, is to provide multiple filtration systems where you have a processor who's looking at what has been ordered. They're looking at the mature themes and the tags. They're then moving that over to Terry and her team. So they're doing another review to see how many more potential platforms could we look at before releasing it over to the librarian. Now with this very specific structure, it's does it have it or not? And if it does, then we cannot release that book to the librarian because it does not meet that criteria. So if in that case, we then ask the librarian, we know that there is a particular topic or a theme that is listed in this book, which is why you purchased it in the first place. But what we recommend is look for another title that has a similar theme, a similar storyline that will still connect to that particular topic, but does not have that sexually explicit material in the book.
And Dr. Munoz, have we already stopped some books?
Absolutely.
There's the answer. We've already stopped books with this process in place. We're screening, and books are being ordered. They're reviewing and saying that's not getting there, and here's why.
And again, I go back to my question about the vendors. Have we seen a trend in certain vendors providing the more sexually explicit books?
I would say probably just authors. I mean, there's some authors that we have seen that have some sort of trends that we've seen that may include, and that is a red flag for us already. And usually it would be, let's just say, for example, a series by this particular author, volume 1 through 5, and volume 3 is the one that had it. And the librarian vetted number 1, 2, 4, and 5 because 3 was out or it hadn't arrived yet. And so those are just some components where we say, now that we know that 1 out of the 5 books did have something, we're just going to exclude it altogether because of the fact that there could be that potential in other books or other titles from this particular author. And that's kind of where the screening process is. We're being very deliberate with that. Would you say any publication companies would have any kind of trends? So no, not necessarily.
Okay.
I was going to ask, at one point we had, I don't know, in the high schools, like a special reserve section, because we do have children that are 18 years old. And I know, is that sort of eliminated with the invention or the inclusion of House Bill 900 now?
So when we had the older audience opportunity, that was the gray space that they had not yet specified, which is why the older audience tag would go on the book, and then the parent would decide whether they could have access to that book or not. Now it's no longer applicable. So those were number one priority, along with mature themes, anything that was coming through for lists that were of concern, those moved up to the top. So every time we would get a list from either Dr. Micah or from Mr. Jarrett, from any kind of resource, we would definitely funnel those in and say, librarians, you need to check if you have these books, and you need to vet these books immediately.
Thank you. I know this agenda item was kind of born out of the reading of the books last month. And does anybody know, had any of those books received a concern, like logged a complaint prior to that board meeting?
For the ones that were read?
Yeah, they would have
receive
made
any
it on a
concerns
list
for
somewhere
the
and
ones
we
that were
just
read?
missed them, or?
No, we had not received any concerns over those books, but all 16 of those books were removed.
Okay, and can you clarify, I know you had it on the slide, but just state again where people can, if they have a concern with a book or they know of a title, how they can go about
Yes,
doing
so
that?
it's off of the Northeast webpage. If you go to the departments page for library services, there's a link called Transparency in Libraries, and on that page we have a link where if you see something, say something. And it's a Google form that you fill out, and it immediately notifies me, and so that I can start looking into the catalog and determine what needs to occur with the book.
Because I think it's been stated here a couple of times, we can only do one book at a time, and we only have so many people to do one book at a time. And so we're working through that process, as Mr. Jarrett stated. And, I took some heat last meeting because of the way I approached that. And I want to make sure that we are letting our process do what it needs to do. But if we do see something, if somebody catches wind of something, has it on a list, that it needs to be provided, because we can't do anything about it. And we may not find it in 750,000 books.
Absolutely.
And Mr. Byron, I do not assume we know. Assume we don't know, and I'd rather it be reported multiple times than not at all.
Any other questions or comments? As of right now, we have a motion and a second to approve the process as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you, Dr. Munoz.
Thank you.
Ms. Sanchez, appreciate it. Item B, consent. 1, Northeast Educational Foundation. A, Northeast Educational Foundation MOU with NEISD. 2, Business Services. A, bid items. B, 50,000 purchases. C, 2024-2025 anticipated over 50,000 purchases. D, interlocal agreement. E, 2024-2025 proposed cooperative purchasing contracts. F, waiver of penalties and interest. 3, meetings from May 2024. 4, end of consent. Do I have a member wishing to pull any of the items listed under consent?
I would like to pull item B1A.
B1A. And I will need to pull item B2C. Any other items? All right, do I have a motion to approve all consent items aside from aside from B1A and B2C?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Shelton. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes. All right, we'll go to item B1A, Northeast Educational Foundation MOU with NEISD. Mrs. Landry?
Okay. How often do we have to approve this or review it?
It's yearly.
It's annually?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We bring it every year.
And the 3 positions that we provide for the board, the executive director of partnerships, director of partnerships, and community relations specialist. Those are all part of, I'm assuming, the general fund budget.
Dan, were you listening?
Yes.
I'm just waiting on you. I looked for Susie, but she's
No,
not
no.
there. You're always my
No, go
second
ahead.
to go to. Not
Yes,
Susie's usually
yes,
my
general
first.
fund. Yes, sir.
Yeah, general fund.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Sorry.
And so are those counted, those are part of the non-school salaries?
Yes, ma'am.
Non-campus
Yes, ma'am.
salaries are, okay. And then, since we're in such a budget deficit, I really want to understand better how this works. Is this organization audited under the audit program that Ms. Shoesmith conducts? Does she audit this group as well?
I'm going to add that this is.
I'm Catherine Sanchez
Right.
Rocha. I'm the executive director.
Sorry, it's late. I'm stumbling.
I know.
She's our executive director for NEIF.
So since we are a 501c3, we are actually audited independently. And then we bring that to the board in December to give an update for NEIF and partnerships. So it is not audited by the district.
Okay. And the board for NEIF, when does that meet?
Monthly.
Monthly? And are they subject to the open meetings?
Yes. Yes, we are. I mean, I don't think we've ever excluded anybody.
Well, no, I'm just asking
Like,
because.
what do you mean by, like, could somebody come in and sit and listen?
Well,
Or-
the board meetings aren't posted on the website. Honestly, when looking at it, I know that this organization helps to raise funds for our teachers and for support of the schools. But I don't understand why there's an extra organization and why that's not something that we just do within the district. And so seeing the meetings might help solve some of the mystery there. And I noticed that they weren't on the website, and
So Northeast Educational Foundation is a separate 501c3 organization from the district. Now, we are the fundraising arm for NEISD. That means that we can't take some of the funds that we raise and give it to another nonprofit or another organization. It's strictly for the district. And so, I mean, I don't know that we have anything as regarding Open Meetings Act or anything, but we began in 1986, and it was a volunteer organization. And after some research, the board in 2017 decided to form a memorandum of understanding with NEISD so that we can have a closer partnership, and so we understand what the needs are for the district and be able to fundraise and give everything back to the district.
okay.
I don't think it's not subject to the 72-hour notice and all that. It's not as a sort of, I guess, quasi-private, not private, kind of public-private partnership. To an extent, nonprofit. And so they have their own bylaws and policies and all that. And I think back then, there was a request to share the resources between the district and NEIF. And so that not one or the other was carrying the burden of all the employees and everything else that went with that. But it's strictly a volunteer group, other than the
Three positions
that we have.
Okay. And so you said 1986. Prior to 1986, was there within the district?
So I would have been like in 1986, I would have been.
Careful.
Trying to think before 86. I wasn't even high school. So yeah, I'm not sure.
I mean,
Like I know that it, like for one thing, I know it was formed as a 501(c) because certain donors will not donate to us. They will
have
only
to-
donate to a 501(c). All right, I can tell you this, Ms. Landry, is that she is experiencing cuts as well, because I've met with her and said, yeah, so that position's not, it's going to stay empty. Like it's just not. You're going to, unfortunately, as I say, the pain's going to be felt everywhere. She felt it too. Wasn't her finest moment to come into my office, but I also think she knew the answer before she got there. She just had to hear it from me. We're looking at that. We've talked about the piece that, they're still they raise more money and they donate back to us more than we're paying to them. So there's still an upside for the school district to continue to run in that manner. Plus, she helps us create different partnerships. In fact, we're getting ready to meet with a donor here that's promising a pretty heavy lift. We'll see if they deliver on it. But that would run through them because they don't give it to us. And I think there's tax implications and things like that makes it for these donations.
And you'll find that a lot of grants and other foundations that want to give to educational organizations will only give it through the foundation because of the way it's structured tax-wise, as Dr. Micah said.
Okay, and thank you, Dr. Micah. That answered one of my questions perfectly. And so then, as far as the board meetings and getting involved and understanding better how this all works, where do we go?
Come see me. I'd be happy to talk to you. We do have board meetings. In fact, we are looking for volunteers to assist us with our events and everything. So we open our arms to the district, community members, if they want to help us with some of our gala or golf events, help us fundraise, because again, everything we raise goes back to the district. We want to be able to help the district the best that we can, and that's through fundraising.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
I
Thank you.
appreciate you.
No, appreciate y'all.
That helps the mystery for me. Thank you.
okay, do you have a motion to approve or?
Yes, I move to approve, item B1A under consent.
Thank you, Mrs. Landry. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Shelton. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 6-0. Okay, item B2C, it was mine. I pulled this. I need to recuse myself from this item, so I need somebody to, that's the only reason why I pulled it. So I'll need somebody to make a motion unless I have questions for it. Yeah, Mike.
I make a motion to approve B2C.
Second.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Landry.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. And I recuse myself, so motion passes, what is that? 4-0 with one recused and one absent from the dais. All right. Sorry, I'm getting there, folks. All right. Item number 12, reports. A, interim financial and managed reports. B, awarded bid report. C, federal grants report. D, open records request report. Those all provided to you all in emails. Item 13, discussion and possible action regarding board members' requests for items to be placed on a future agenda and/or requests for reports from the administration. Do I have any board members wishing to request anything?
I do. I'd like to make a motion to put the 8th grade Chase recommendations on the next board agenda.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Landry. I have a second. Any discussion on this item before we vote on it? I will say that that is the plan. We have to, so just so you know, it will be on more than likely next month's agenda.
Oh, good.
And mainly because we have, in clarifying with the district staff, we have time, if we do it in the next month, to get that approved and still have it, depending what the action is, if we are to, if it's to move forward with whatever the recommendation is, they have time to implement it in time for whoever has to, you know, be in part of that lesson. That, I guess, what we heard comes in late fall, and so there wasn't an urgent need to have it tonight. I know that it was discussed at the last SHAC meeting, but with everything else we had going on this evening, as long as we can get it in sort of that next regular meeting, we'll be able to do that and still have time.
Okay, well
So-
then,
So I guess, yes, we can still vote on this. I just
When-
wanted to make that clear before we,
Is our next regular meeting in August?
it's in August, that is
Okay.
correct. That is correct. So, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Item passes, so that will be added to the next regular meeting. Any other requests? All right, hearing none. Item 14, adjournment, and the time is 10:59. Just